very interesting, weird to stand in the circle. Thanks everyone for coming to the Frontier Forum. It's exciting to have you here. And I saw the agenda yesterday, and it looks really good, I believe. So, yeah, we can get started with the first. Yes, so this is the Frontier Forum, and we basically figured we'll start, or we try an interesting theme for an event. We'll bring together the people that are thinking at the frontier, and the frontier is something that means different things to different people. It could be the space frontier for some of us. It could be privacy frontier for others. Can be distributed systems, can be the global south as a new frontier for emerging economy. And holding it here in Buenos Aires is specifically interesting because it's been very interesting to see what happened here in the last couple of years or however much with transitioning and economic changes. DOS. So today basically it's about the people that are building at the frontier, and we'll hear from very esteemed people from different areas, whether it's the builders, researchers, and there will be some aliens too, if you know how to find them. There will be a special art show at 5:35 on the dot, probably, and projections outside of the dome from an artist, Initi, that was working with us on creating this experience. Food and drinks at 8 p.m. And throughout the event, in all of the sessions, there's POAPs to hunt. So there's different POAPs. You'll see the QR and you can basically gather them. Okay, tres. Yeah, so we'll have different sessions. We'll start with the Moonshot, which is going to be from Whitepaper to reality, consensus scalability, then a little bit of a spicy debate between the ZK Maxis and the T people. Proof of data, Cypherpunk manifesto reloaded, and ultimately the infrastructure at the speed of light. Cuatro. So another last thing is to say thank you to everybody that made it happen. It's the awesome SpaceComputer team that has put a lot of work. The collaborators from the US University and the sponsors, iExec, Automata, Pod, The Graph, Oracle, and all of you guys who came and contribute. So dale nomás. All right, so for the beginning of the session, we'll share a little bit of insight into what brought us the motivation to work in space and how the space sector currently looks like. So what does spacefaring mean at the crypto frontier? Do I have a clicker? Somewhere here. What does space mean to different people? Means different things. So it's what we make out of it in some sense. For some people, it's just an empty void. There is some aspect to it. And for other people, it's a kind of cyber sci-fi future. I think that another way to look at it is a universal multi-civilizational canvas, like artists look at a canvas and they can create so many different things out of it. So with a dash of entrepreneurial pragmaticism, space has become more open for business than ever before. we see not only SpaceX, we see also the rise of the space-based data centers as a major movement, whether it's Elon Musk that is interested in it, Google that announced they're entering the space, and even mainstream accelerators like Y Combinator are looking and backing companies in that domain, like StarCloud that has been doing quite good work on that, bringing the NVIDIA H100 to orbit. And taking a quick look at the history of what happened in space as milestones to remember. So the moon landing happened quite a while ago in the late 60s, and that kind of showed just ambitious ability to get to space is just already something that I think undertoned, gave so many generations hope of what we can build as humanity. Afterwards, in the 80s, the first space shuttle, so essentially a crewed mission that was possible to use like airplanes, but to get to space. And then in the 90s, with the rise of consumerism and free markets, we saw the first private space enterprises and basically the ability to launch missions by private companies and no longer just by state-level actors. And then with the commercialization of satellite TVs and GPS, that kind of validated that this is not just some Cold War space race, it's something that is very relevant for so many applications that were unimaginable before. Fast forward to the 2000s, and the Falcon 9 mission success eventually brought reusable rockets, and that meant that we could launch much bigger payload at a much greater cadence and open up for just unimaginable things until that time. And one of which is Starlink, which today is deployed and supporting so many different regions. Personally, I live rurally, and it's something I use every day to build technology at the frontier. And we see that this is becoming something that's competitive across the market. So also Chinese companies are entering the space, Europeans, etc. And now that the space stations are somewhat phasing out from being caretaken by governments, private companies are also entering that sector, and they're going to be built by different private companies. And interesting story for Jade McCaleb that started Ripple and then Stellar and did something quite good with the crypto capital and founded Vast, and they're going to build the first space tourism with Haven 1 hopefully launching in 2026. Now, if we think about space as a stack from point of view of a builder, looking at the launch providers is kind of like the layer 1, because without being able to get into orbit, there's not much you can do. So layer 1 of space, in some respects, it's today SpaceX with hopefully Starship getting 400x more payload volume, and Blue Origin and other players entering the space. Then orbital infrastructure, that would be the space stations and other auxiliary stuff that are either permanently there or providing services for space native deployed constructs. Then rideshare and satellite deployment. So when we're like an early stage startup, we don't always want to develop our own rockets or don't want to always develop our own ground station or buses, energy. So we basically have companies that deal with that too. And we can buy these things, I wouldn't say entirely off the shelf, but it's getting more and more commoditized. And then afterwards, there's the communication network. So if Starlink is supporting residential internet on Earth, there's more and more communication offering also for inter-satellite links and otherwise competitors to Starlink in residential Earth. Including players from other places like Goang that kind of tries to follow the footsteps of Starlink, but from China, as space is a rather national security sensitive topic. And then when we're looking at the application and compute stack, now that there's much greater payload than before, we can start thinking about novel and unique applications. And with SpaceComputer, essentially, we're looking at building a public infrastructure in the very same sense that we had Bitcoin and Ethereum being built on Earth on top of the internet. Here we're essentially building permissionless layer for smart contract and settlement as a space native compute environment. And with that, I'll pass to Philip, my co-founder.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. And again, also on my behalf, welcome. Hope you are having a great time. I know the seats are very, very comfortable, so try to stretch sometimes, so you don't actually fall asleep. It happened to me yesterday when we were here on a kids show, not because the show was bad, but because of the jet lag, but definitely they are very comfortable. But without further ado, let me also dive into the aspects that are very, very exciting for my point of view with respect to the technical background, try to see what are some of the services actually we can offer, and what makes me very passionate about the stuff we try to build. So we definitely see that when it comes to building secure systems, there are some challenges that we are facing on Earth with respect to the limitations some of the solutions provide, and we would like to ideally have the opportunity to build SpaceComputer with some of these challenges in mind and see what can be done in a better fashion when starting a new era of frontier with respect to the space infrastructure that we foresee. One of them is definitely very prominent, which is how actually users can interact with the space infrastructure. And for that, we definitely see a huge market with respect to operating or running your own base stations on Earth that are actually able to communicate with the systems. But of course, afterwards, once you are able to communicate, you can also unlock many types of solutions, especially in a more and more autonomous world with respect to algorithms, AI, key material that actually is being used in most of the applications that we are using on a day-to-day basis. And of course, moving forward, we are still talking about interactions with on-Earth applications, but definitely moving forward, we are very excited that there is a huge potential for new markets that are actually focusing on building space-native applications that are actually not maybe even around yet because just the technology is not ripened yet, but we definitely see that there is a huge potential with respect to that. So, since Daniel mentioned, there are a couple of challenges we are actually facing with respect to space itself. I want to just mention a little bit of a reflection from our state of space that we are actually experiencing. We definitely see the future is bright with respect to the next 10 years, but what happens in between, it's something actually that is something that we are struggling on day-to-day basis. Shout out to our R&D team that is like heavily working on these type of challenges. And it's something that makes us sometimes a bit frustrated, but also very hopeful that we see that we can be part of something great with respect to enabling new type of solutions. And this is something that we are trying to solve with respect to providing and solving some of the challenges with respect to compute, communications, which are definitely many real challenges because as Daniel was hinting at, even though there is a commercial off-the-shelf service claimed to be, it doesn't necessarily mean it necessarily translates into building such type of solutions in the real world. And one example, even though it's something that we are used to on Earth with respect to using TLS solutions, when communicating to any website, it's not taken for granted when it comes to space-native infrastructure. Around 50% of communication happening with satellites is actually unencrypted, and you can easily listen if you just deploy your own antennas on Earth. And it's something that we actually have to walk and try to build the solutions from beginning. So we have to actually really build the fundamental blocks, and so that way we can crawl before we walk, and walk before you run, actually. So we actually were spending the last year on identifying some of the challenges that we have to solve. With respect to that, we divided our activities into 4 dedicated prongs. So of course, Dalia will be talking about it later, is the aspect of the celestial infrastructure, the layer 1 solution itself, that will be heavily relying for the scalability aspects on the uncelestial infrastructure. But of course, other services that actually have to enable this type of communication is trust minimized gateway that we call orbit port, and of course later on offer solutions in the direction of security services, which is, for example, cosmic number generator that we already are offering. We see a huge potential for proof of presence solutions, key management services, and many others moving forward. So diving a bit more into the technical aspects where we currently stand, we are focusing on leveraging the most as much as possible from our single satellite that we currently have available. But of course, we are launching several new satellites during next year to which we want to have an access and provide the capabilities that we are also excited about the aspect of the conventional compute in more detail as well. And how users actually interact with this type of infrastructure is through the gateway we called Orbit Port that is aiming to provide and be always extended to also provide good usability to users on Earth in case they want to interact with our infrastructure in space. So what is Orbit Port? We can think of it as a trustless gateway that is enabling space communication. So it in general aims to provide end-to-end confidentiality for users on Earth, with respect to getting information from the satellites themselves, and of course, integrity of the data as well. And we definitely see that before we actually are able to deploy something, we need to have a way on how to communicate. And the important aspect is that OrbitPort itself should be able to communicate with many types of providers that we want to integrate in the future to enable permissionless environments as well. Now, when we are able to communicate, what is actually happening and enabling the new type of solutions with respect to the satellites themselves? And on that part, we are focusing on leveraging the capabilities from the physical isolation, because it's, as we know, it's beyond borders, it's beyond reach, and definitely very much immune to physical tampering, which is something very interesting, especially if you look at some of the recent attacks on trusted execution environments that are actually struggling with keeping up with that. Even though there are many great initiatives, it's something that we have to prepare for and build for the infrastructure in space as well. And definitely we see that this is the ultimate tamper-proof and censorship-resistant layer that is something relevant for us. One of the components that we definitely see is for the computational resilience, leverage the aspect of space TEs that are aiming to provide dedicated isolation environment on the CPU and promise to ensure that your secure data and code itself is being protected as well. This is just a brief comparison on how do we currently position the space TE itself, but stay tuned. Actually, we are currently in a work of our own architecture that we call Space Fabric that aims to provide the capabilities we are used to from current TEs, but is combining with additional hardware components to actually provide much more robust environment for running your sensitive operations itself. And once we have the communication enabled, we are currently already offering one solution called Cosmic Random Number Generator, which is enabled by the communication via OrbitPort to actually get your confidential data on Earth and deploy them in different settings. We also are running our random beacons that actually people can use, and we are currently integrating with first partners that are able to provide this type of capabilities to users on-chain through a dedicated Oracle. So definitely happy to announce the partnership very much soon, and people can start to play around and deploy and use cosmic randomness rather early. With that, basically also I want to dive into the aspects where we see current plans for SpaceComputer. So as mentioned, we are currently actively working on the paper focusing on the Space Fabric, which is the architecture of the satellites themselves that we are aiming to provide for the next generation of confidential compute. And through that, we want to also unlock some of the interesting use cases regarding key management for both on-Earth native, but also in a hybrid environment for on-Earth and space environments. Deploy a single node that actually will be running our dedicated consensus with execution clients. So we're really much looking forward to the talk of Dalia that will be covering the aspect of consensus work that we are currently pursuing, even though it's not fully fleshed out yet. It's definitely exciting. And start to enable new types of security services, either in the direction of proof generation using zero-knowledge proofs, scaling through L2s, and of course, something that is very exciting for us, try to build and have a small constellation of satellites that are enabling to run our dedicated L1 with the confidential compute capabilities themselves. So we are a little bit bullish on this aspect that Earth is the first base for compute, but it shouldn't be the final compute frontier as we see. And there are many activities in the market that are providing us confidence that we actually will be living in a very interesting future with respect to space-native applications themselves. Thank you very much, and if you're interested, feel free to reach out. We'll be also here and looking forward to see you during the event. Thank you. With that, I would like to hand over to Daniel, who will introduce our next speakers in the session.
Yes, excellent. So, as we said, we're doing something that is at the frontier, so we have definitely a controversial character coming next. My good friend Amin Soleimani.
Thanks.
He's a CTO at Oxbow and developer of privacy pools and has a very colorful, interesting track record in blockchain space to present the talk about privacy without terrorists.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Greetings. I used to look like that. I have a little bit more hair now. Thank you for having me. This great stage. It's probably the best stage I've been on. Proud to be here and to give my update. I don't have a clicker, do I? How do I change the slide? Cool, thank you. All right. So if I push this button, does it work? Which button do I push? How do I? Anyone? Okay. Uh-oh. So, yeah.
Uploading now.
It's uploading now? Okay, cool. Okay, so I will just tell you about updates from the frontier. So the first slide is a beautiful picture of Patagonia. Who here has been to Patagonia? Show of hands. I can almost see your hands, so we'll work with that. Bunch of you, yeah. Who here has heard of Patagonia? All of you. So the Oxbow team had an offsite in Patagonia last week, and it had the most beautiful water. And we were astonished. It was pure and clean, and there were people kayaking and sailing, and it was wonderful. And as we were standing there, 3 guys came up with a truck and started unloading garbage into the lake. And so we walked up to them, and I said, "Hey, can you stop dumping your trash in the lake?" And they looked at me, and they said, "Bro, fuck off. This lake is permissionless." And so as we stood there in horror, we watched 10 more people roll up with trucks, and all of them started dumping their trash in the lake. And then it became a giant mess, and the kayakers were disgusted, and they rowed away and never came back. And we saw this, and we were very upset, and so we decided to take over the rest of the lake and make sure that the people could not dump trash in it and protect the purity of the waters of Bariloche and Patagonia forever. None of this actually happened. But it's a story about how the actions of a small number of malicious people can taint a common good for everybody. Who here has heard of Tornado Cash? All right, everybody. So I was part of Moloch DAO. I started that. I gave all of the early grants to Tornado Cash. It was the first implementation of zero-knowledge proofs on Ethereum. It was the second implementation of zero-knowledge proofs in human history after Zcash. We were all very jealous watching Zcash. We didn't want all of our balances to be public. However, the problem was that there was a video game called Axie Infinity, and Axie Infinity got hacked for $500 million, and hundreds of millions of those dollars found their way into Tornado Cash. And that was a big problem. And in the aftermath of that, not only did the US government sanction the program, essentially making it 25 years in prison for anybody who interacted with it, but also they threw Alexei and Roman in prison, and they received 5-year criminal sentences. This is the lake before, with our offsite, and this is the lake as it was being dumped the trash in, and it was not very pretty. Let me just keep going. Now, the unfortunate thing about being a pioneer at the frontier is that pioneers get shot. So Alexei and Roman were certainly at the frontier, and they were unfortunately held liable for actions of the users, the criminal users of the protocol that they created. And I don't think they should be, and they didn't have any criminal intent. They created a system that ordinary people could use to protect their privacy. We don't put our Venmo transactions on public. We make fun of people who do. So why would we want that on the blockchain? And not only that, they couldn't do anything because the protocol was immutable. And further, they did themselves build a compliance tool that allowed users to prove which deposit their withdrawal came from. Both are currently preparing to appeal the verdicts of their cases, and so if you have the means, consider supporting them, freeromanstorm.org, and wewantjusticedao.org. This is us outside of the trial that Roman had in New York City. The developers of Tornado Cash were definitely not criminals. But what about all of us? This is one of the conversations I had in 2021 with an economist from Canada who was challenging the idea that using Tornado Cash is not a crime. And he said, say a criminal deposits the proceeds of a crime into Tornado, isn't any non-criminal who interfaces with the Tornado smart contract at risk of providing illegal money laundering services to that criminal? And I said, I'm not a lawyer, but I hope not. And I really wanted it to be the same thing as encryption, where it started out challenged by the government, but then it has been mandated, and you see HTTPS everywhere. But it's not. I wish it was, but if it was, then I wouldn't need anyone else to use it to get the benefit. If North Korea was the only user of this financial privacy system, they wouldn't have any benefit. But because all of us also used it, they got the benefit of privacy. So I believe that with great power comes great responsibility. The tools that we have built are incredibly powerful. Tornado was so powerful it was banned by the US government and declared a terrorist. And Alexei's judge, in his trial, said, there is no legitimate use case for Tornado Cash. I disagree. I was using Tornado Cash for payroll. Vitalik was using it to donate money to Ukraine without the Russians figuring out how much money he was donating. And there were all sorts of use cases in between. At the same time, it is also true that in doing so, we were giving and getting privacy from criminal users of the system. Now, I believe all of us are responsible for correcting this false narrative, and it's on us to show that we can have privacy for legitimate users without empowering criminal users. And this isn't hypothetical, because terrorism is unfortunately real. This is an excerpt from Wikipedia about the AMIA bombing that happened here in Buenos Aires because the Argentinian government, according to this, decided to stop exporting nuclear technology to the Islamic Republic of Iran. And their response was to blow up a Jewish community center and kill about 100 people. Would you want to be in the privacy protocol that also gives privacy to the Islamic Republic of Iran agents that are trying to blow up your compatriots? I would not. So Vitalik and I got together and we wrote a paper called Privacy Pools. And the paper about privacy pools, and it explains how you can separate legitimate users from potentially criminal users while you're using privacy tools. And it advances the compliance tools that the Tornado Cash team pioneered themselves. Instead of only being able to prove in private by correlating your specific withdrawal with a specific deposit, you can prove in public that you are not some of the users who'd also deposited into the system, which I think is a more scalable and effective system. It aligns with the regulatory objectives because it helps isolate the illicit funds while still providing privacy for legitimate users. And we have about 1,900 ETH deposited and 700 ETH TVL right now, about 2% rejection rate. The way this works is that the user deposits and must wait for an approval. And we do KYT, which is Know Your Transaction, and look up all of the origin of the deposits. And we make sure that the funds from untrusted sources are rejected. And only the approved deposits are allowed to withdraw privately. If you're rejected, you have to go back to the wallet that you came from. And partial withdrawals are supported. So this is an improvement over the original Tornado Cash. I don't always want to send somebody 1, 10, or 100 ETH. So in this system, I can deposit an arbitrary amount and withdraw arbitrary amounts, and the rest gets refunded. So I can kind of use it as a payment wallet where I pay as I go. And the cool thing is that we can still later reject approved deposits, which means if we made a mistake or we find out later that somebody is in fact a criminal actor, we can remove them, and all of the other users by default prove that they are not those users that we just removed from the list. This is a quick demo, but I don't have a lot of time left. So I know that this is a controversial topic because I came in here and called you all criminals. But I encourage you all to join me in trying to figure out how we can achieve privacy legitimately and not empower the illegitimate users of our privacy tools. We made some, I see the timer went up, so we made some admin design decisions. I'll just share these real quick. What we can do is nuke the association set. So we tried to make sure that we can't rug everybody's money. But if we publish a list of approved users that includes nobody, then everybody can still take their money and exit, and we can't retroactively de-anonymize anybody who has already withdrawn from the system. We can shut down pool deposits, but we cannot freeze or move user funds. And we can upgrade the contract that is responsible for certain vetting fees and relays, but we cannot upgrade the contract that holds all the money and allows the users to leave with their money at any time. And so this is how you get non-custodial but permission privacy. We're also working on a version 2, which is a shielded pool to allow internal peer-to-peer payments, swaps. There's no setup required. I can send money to any Ethereum wallet, and they don't have to have already set up an account with the privacy system in order to receive a private payment. And they can still withdraw while dissociating against any potential criminal users that we've identified. Multi-sig support, we can earn yield so that you can earn yield on your private balance. And basically, there's no reason to leave the pool, as well as we're working with Kohaku and integrating there. So please join us and help build privacy for the good guys. And I'll leave you with this. You see how this river goes, and then it bends, and then it touches, and then it creates this other little lake, and that is a pool of isolated liquidity. That is called an Oxbow lake. And so Oxbow is going to help keep all of the water and money and private systems clean so everybody can use them forever. Thank you for your time.
Cheers, thanks, Amin. Interesting insights, and I hope we can prevent bad things from happening with privacy pools. The next speaker is Jens Groth, Chief Scientist at Nexus, previous roles, Professor of Cryptology at UCL, Director of Research at Definity. Jens has seminal contribution to zero-knowledge proofs, snarks, co-inventions. By the way, the guy from Growth 16. And yeah, over to you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk about honesty in cryptography, partly because we're building zero-knowledge proofs. I've researched zero-knowledge proofs from many decades now, and it's a tool to make participants honest in protocols. And I do think that we need honesty in crypto. But I also want to talk about how I think I'm really been a naive cryptographer, and maybe zero-knowledge proofs is not the solution for everything. So let's see if I can make this clicker work. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to give a couple of not so hot takes. Unlike Amin, I'm very risk averse. So I'll make the claim that I do like cryptocurrency, and I think it's better than the fiat currencies. I do think that Web3 and DeFi has the potential to be better than the traditional financial tools. I guess the only hot take I really have in this context is I'm not so fond of stablecoins because I think that's really tying us to fiat currencies rather than real cryptocurrencies. But also not so controversially, right? There's a lot of work left to improve crypto. And one of the things that we are working on at Nexus to improve, the crypto is we're thinking about how to make everything verifiable. So you can have things like proving solvency, that somebody actually has positive amount of funds. You can use things where you prove things about identity and know your customer and these kind of things. You can prove that transactions have been executed correctly. And so in general, we would like to build something which we call verifiable finance. Okay, let's try to make everything related to finance verifiable. And we have a great ambition beyond that. We would like to make everything verifiable, and we've used the taglines verifiability at internet scale. Okay, so this is a starting point, but kind of want to take a little step back and think about, this from a cryptographer perspective, right? So what we're really building on, and the reason I'm doing this is because there are some things that are just hard to prove, right? So if you can sort of like say, hey, this is evidence that you were deviating from the protocol, you can sort of like use zero-knowledge proofs to prevent that. You can prove that you followed the protocol. But there are many things that don't lend themselves to that. In particular, things about like actions people have not taken, right? Then, you can't really prove anything about that, right? Maybe you're just waiting for them and it was a communication failure. Maybe it's deliberate that they didn't do something. Confidentiality is also hard to prove anything about, right? I mean, if somebody leaks the secrets, it's like, can't really use proofs to that. So I'm probably been too optimistic in the past when I thought that, zero-knowledge proof would make participants honest, okay? It makes them honest in some aspects, but it doesn't cover everything of honesty. So we need more things, and in crypto, if you look at sort of like what are the models we use to prove that protocols are correct, right? It's sort of like taken from cryptography. And cryptography, you might see something like in a multi-party computation protocol saying that, hey, we have a bunch of nodes, some of them honest, some of them are corrupt. Okay, and there are various words you can use for that. And I think this is an imprecise model. And I think it's also, if we think about it, zero-knowledge proofs, it's not so clear what we're really proving here. What we are really trying to improve is maybe compliance, right? Rather than somebody's honest or a moral judgment that they're good or bad. So let me give an example of where I think we lose a bit of precision, right? So if you think about one of the early works about like, how should we formally reason about, say, a protocol like Bitcoin and why it works, right? Talked about chain quality. Okay, so they said we have some honest parties, we have some corrupt parties, and then chain quality says, roughly speaking, that the amount of blocks that get minted by an honest worker is proportional to sort of like the working capacity of this set of honest workers. And you sort of like then implicitly deduce something, well, if they're honest, then they're doing good things for the world, whatever that may be, and the paper didn't say anything about that, right? But you could think of, like, for instance, maybe we want censorship, resistance, and fairness, and things like that, something like, if it's an honest worker, then it would include, users according to fair criteria in the blocks. And I think it's imprecise, okay? I think a more real definition would be that maybe we have some alliances of nodes or something like that, okay? And every alliance sort of gets to create blocks at a fraction that's sort of like proportional to their computational power. And from a user perspective, the chance of getting included, it's not so much of a, node's honest or not, more it's like, is it a friendly worker, right, that will include their transaction. And maybe what friendly really means that is that, it accepts your fee for inclusion. Right? And it's not hard to see that the first definition actually does imply the second one, right? But I do think that sort of like it would be nice that if we can be more precise about what we actually mean. And I think maybe it's sort of like the original way that cryptographers have been thinking about this that's leading us a bit astray. Okay, so I was talking about zero-knowledge proofs, right? And I think the nice thing about zero-knowledge proofs is that it can be used to enforce compliant behavior, right? So suppose you have a protocol and every participant has to prove that what they did is according to the protocol, right? And you get some, from the zero-knowledge proof, the soundness means that now we are sure that their actions are compliant, and then zero-knowledge means that, the honest nodes here, right, that their information, their confidential information doesn't get disclosed. And I have been saying very publicly, something like, well, this ensures that the nodes are honest. And I think that's also a bit wrong, right? Because there are things where zero-knowledge proofs and verifiability is not sufficient. Okay, so let me try to give a couple of examples of that, which are very pertinent to blockchains in general, right? So in the old school, maybe you would have a chain, you would like recompute everything, ensure it's compliant. If you think about a more modern protocol, maybe you would do something like, give a proof at the last block. So this was something Mina pioneered, right? That, all the way from Genesis to this last block, there's sort of like a legitimate path of actions that would result in this particular state. Okay, and now we have something that we can give any user, and they can just verify this proof, and it's very cheap to verify whatever they want to know about then transactions, right? So everything is verifiable, everything is great. And I'm going to shoot myself in the little foot because at Nexus we are really trying to talk about the verifiability is so great. But there are some things that you can't do with zero-knowledge proofs here, right? So one thing is omissions, right? I mean, if there's a missing block, well, you can't really prove that there's no next block that hasn't been disclosed yet. Okay? You can also have like false, maybe forks, right? So if you have, say, multiple valid branches, somebody is sort of like trying to do a double spending attack or something like that, perhaps, right? If these are legitimate, both of these chains are legitimate, you could prove both of them are correct, right? But it should just be one that sort of like gets used in the world. So for that thing, I think I'm going to go now. Past I've said crypto means cryptography, but I'm going to go the other way around now. I do think there's a difference between crypto and cryptography. I think crypto is about the real world, the reality that we have in the systems we build, and I don't think it matches very well necessarily the cryptographic models we have of bad behavior in the system. And I think this is important that we sort of like think about how we model and which kind of assumptions we make about the world. We model that better, and in some cases it really gives us an advantage and can give us better results than you just have with the traditional cryptographic model, right? And so one example of this, I mean, if you think about the standard reasoning when you have like either nodes are completely honest or completely corrupt, right? Then you would say something like, we can prevent forks if 2/3 of the stake is honest. Okay? If you think about rational actors instead, and this is something that Ethereum has sort of like built into the protocol and has been formalized by Budish and others, then you can actually show that there's an incentive against forking, even if you just have 1/3 of the stake, which is at risk. So by modeling the world better, we can also get better properties. Okay? One thing that annoys me, and this is why I'm presenting it here, I think it's sort of like the frontier of reasoning about security of crypto, and I think there's a lot of work for us to do there, and we're sort of like just starting to scratch the surface. Right? But one thing, I mean, in their result is that they still have to assume at least 1/3 of the stake is compliant. So not in fully, completely just, we'll look at economic incentives and nothing else, right? There's still an assumption, and there's still a question like, why should that be true? So as I showed, I also think that the way cryptographers have been thinking about attackers, and I think this is because, well, in a cryptographic protocol, if you can prove it against the strongest possible attacker, one that controls all the corrupt parties, then sure, that's great, right? But the reality is that in some systems, and I think in crypto, you're leaving something on the table if you sort of like go with that model and then try to prove something instead. So let's sort of like fit the model to the situation, and we may get better proofs. Okay. And one thing I didn't talk so much about, I think it's also very dangerous to think about these nodes as single entities, either they're corrupt or not, right? I mean, what if a node has a bug in the software, right? Is it corrupt? Is it not corrupt? Well, in some sense, we would just say it made a slight deviation. Okay, it's corrupt. And if you look at real systems, right, then what you have is actually organizations that are running, so like systems of nodes and so forth, right? And it's quite different from just being corrupt or not corrupt. Okay, so I think I'll wrap it up here. I just want to sort of like give a shout out. I think it's, you know, I didn't realize that beforehand, but I think actually SpaceComputer really is addressing the question I'm raising here, right? They're sort of like coming up with a new security model for the systems and the machinery that we're building crypto on. So I think that's great. And with that, thank you.
What an amazing stage. Yeah, this is likely the best one I've been into. Thanks SpaceComputer for having me. I'm Cami Russo, the founder of The Defiant. Hopefully, in your opinion, the best information platform for Web3 and DeFi. And I'll be the MC for the next session, which is on consensus and scalability. We'll have a keynote, and then we'll have a panel moderated by myself with some amazing speakers. So for the keynote, let's welcome Dahila Malki, professor at UCSB and also an advisor to SpaceComputer. Yeah, welcome, and thanks, everyone.
Clicker?
I don't have it up there, I think.
All right.
Mike?
Yes. No, I'm mic'd. I'm good. All right. Hi, everyone. I can't see you, but you can see me. I'm so excited to be here. I'm coming from the beautiful, beautiful campus of UC Santa Barbara, where I'm a professor. And today, I'm wearing the hat of SpaceComputer as an advisor. And let's see, how does this work? All right. So my connection to the SpaceComputer project actually starts a few years back, before SpaceComputer existed, when Daniel, the co-founder, Jan Michalewski, a co-founder of Aptos Orbital, formerly known as CryptoSat, well, they were telling me about this project with, I guess you heard it just an hour ago, satellites in the sky, and we have a compute platform to deploy secure workloads on them, and they're computing with each other, and blah, 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 blah. And the one thing that they were looking for is a consensus expert to solve a consensus protocol among these satellites. And I'm like, okay, if you have launched satellites securely and you have a trusted execution environment on these satellites at your disposal, and they're communicating with ground stations, and all of this is working, and all you need is a consensus protocol, we can do it. Piece of cake, not a problem. Okay, I lied, and I never, I deployed many reliable systems and built distributed protocols, but never for satellites. So let's see what it actually means to have consensus on these satellites. So as you heard from Philip, there are a lot of challenges right now. Limited bandwidth, intermittent connectivity, high latency. The capacity on the boxes that we have on satellites are also somewhat constrained. But actually, let's look at the opportunities and not just the constraints. And we're not just thinking 10 years from now, but even right now, these platforms on satellites are already elevating to a new level the security and the properties that we can achieve. And the first thing is, of course, physical separation. Once you have something running up there, it's essentially tamper-proof, leak-proof, and delete-proof. But I also want to focus on three unique aspects of computing on satellites that are quite differentiating factors, especially when it comes to forming consensus in space. Jam-proof, Siebel-proof, and equivocation resistance. Okay, what do I mean by this? So jam-proof, if you have a ground station which is secured against physical attack, so there's no attacker within a small vicinity around your ground station, then nobody can block the transmission from that ground station to the satellites. You're guaranteed to send messages and they will reach satellite nodes. So this is one. Two, that ground station, if it is not compromised, it knows it is talking to the satellites when it interacts with the satellite. Nobody can spoof that communication. Nobody can come in between. This is extremely strong authentication assumption. And we're actually working, I don't know if they're in the audience because I can't see you, but we're working with a common prefix on really leveraging this property. And the third one is equivocation resistance. So when a satellite sends a message to Earth, anybody, any satellite-capable device, like this one, yeah, it's satellite-capable. And pretty soon it will actually be as ubiquitous as this to be able to intercept and communicate with these satellites from Earth. Anybody can intercept that transition. So what that means is that in the Byzantine model we have, where something running on a node may try to send a different message to one recipient and a different message to a different recipient, they're going to have a really hard time doing that because anybody can intercept that transmission and detect that equivocation. Okay, so with these assumptions, our goal is to build a really simple and really efficient consensus protocol. Ideally, you send a request up to the requests, they send back the response with the results, and done, it's committed. All right, so let's see how close we can get to this utopic solution. Well, the first choice we made, and we were totally unbiased about it, especially me, is to start by building on hot stuff. And why hot stuff? The first property hot stuff gives us is linearity. So we think that having quadratic communication steps are going to be quite challenging to achieve among these satellites. We don't want to have steps where every satellite has to communicate with all satellites in order to complete one step of the protocol. These all-to-all communication steps, we're trying to avoid them. So linearity is the first property. The second one is, because of the latency from Earth to the satellites, we want every request to actually eventually become committed. We don't want to waste any phase in the protocol, and we want to have this property of streamlining that hot stuff has introduced, and later many protocols have adopted, where every phase of the protocol ends up with a new block extending the blockchain. And we also don't want a complex protocol. We don't want many phases and different messages and different stages and rounds, because we're going to deploy all of this consensus protocol in a minimal, trusted compute base running on the satellite boxes. So we want a simple protocol, and hot stuff is built on a uniform, recurring, simple building block, where a block just collects votes and gets committed. But the most exciting thing are some of the advances that we're incorporating into hot stuff from the research world. And there are a number of them that I'm very excited about. So the first one is Hot Stuff 2. Hot Stuff 2 simply removes one of the originally 3 phases of the Hot Stuff protocol. It's almost a no-brainer that if you want to use it, use Hot Stuff 2, you get better latency, lower latency, higher throughput, and no downside. We're also going to start with a production-ready, battle-tested implementation in software of hot stuff coming from the Espresso Systems company. And again, we have Jill. I don't know if she's already here in the audience, and we will have Espresso Systems here today. So we're going to start with Hotshot as our software base. And in addition to this, we want to bring down the latency even further. So what we are doing is we're considering employing speculation by this new recent protocol called Hot Stuff 1, which His work I collaborated on with folks from UC Davis, Dakai and Muhammad, and University of Oregon, Suyash. And what we do in HotStuff1 is allow a transaction to be speculatively executed and immediately directly send the results back to the requester, which could be here on Earth. And if all goes well, then after one phase of the protocol, you get to a commit. So we're getting very close to our goal of having a really, really piece of cake solution. The next thing we do is really important, and this is protection against tail forking attack, which was identified a couple of years ago in a paper called BGs. So before I can explain what the protection we adopt is, let me explain the attack very, very quickly. And also, I cannot go through an entire talk about consensus without having at least one Lamport diagram with arrows and times going. So here we go. So in steady state, HotStuff and protocols like HotStuff work by introducing block after block. Each block collects votes, and a quorum of them is called a quorum certificate or a QC. And then in HotStuff2, whenever you get 2 consecutive QCs, the first block becomes committed. So here on this slide, we already have B1 and B2 committed. So this is what happens in a normal steady state. What happens when something goes wrong? Well, so on the left here on this round dome, but if you look at one slide on the left, you see one block, B2, which is faulty. It could be faulty because the leader didn't send it, or was faulty, or because of slowness of communication. Whatever happened, the next leader of B3 has to skip it. It cannot wait for it, and so it extends the preceding block, which is B1. And that can happen due to a real fault. But the problem that the BGs identified is that a corrupt, a malicious leader, B3, can pretend that B2 is bad and just skip it and not extend it. And there's no way to distinguish between these two scenarios. And moreover, there's no incentive and there's no reason really for leaders to extend each other and help each other in these streamlined protocols. And this is a problem in all streamlined protocols, not just HotStuff. And this is a problem that BGs introduced. And this could be a really serious problem if these corrupt leaders are interspersed in a very adversarial way. They can bring down performance very severely. To solve this problem, BGs introduced a solution that actually gave up the simplicity and the linearity of HotStuff. So they introduced a quadratic solution, which was quite complex. And what we were able to do very recently, this is with the same team of collaborators, Dakai, Suyash, and Muhammad, we introduced Carry. And Carry protects the tail of any streamlined protocol against this tail forking attack, unless there is more than some constant parameter of consecutive corrupt leaders, one after another, that are all colluding. So there's a system parameter that is tunable, let's call it rho. So long as there's no more than rho plus 1 consecutive bad leaders, we're good. Even if there are, and it's pretty rare in these protocols to have more than a constant number of these consecutive leaders, even if they are, the amount of performance reductions, the number of tails that can be forked is proportional to the number of these consecutive cascades. Most importantly, Carry maintains HotStuff's linearity, and it's also quite simple. It's not simple enough for me to have time in 3 minutes to explain, but just very briefly, all it does is asks every validator to send forward, to carry forward, not only their QCs, but also their votes to the next leader. If they didn't vote, they send empty messages, or a message with carrying the information empty, and then a next leader cannot just decide to skip a block unless it can prove that it received these empty messages. So with all of these advances, we also put a really strong emphasis on building something that is not just simple and linear and robust, but But it will also last for, it's a space platform, will last for 1,000 years. So we put a very strong emphasis on security. And right from the start, we're considering the threat of quantum computers to be real. It's right around the corner. And we want to build the technology, once we deploy it and put it up in space, to adopt the latest resilience methods that we have for quantum computing threat. So generally in the blockchain field, we have two main threats that we know of to the security of blockchains from quantum computers. One is by attacking cryptographic signatures. This is Shor's algorithm. And the other is making exhaustive searches on hashing more performant, and this is Grover's attack. We're mostly concerned about the first one because for the second one, we simply increase the hash length to protect against it. And so what we recommend right now and what we plan to do in SpaceComputer is right from the outset to build with a hybrid cryptographic mechanism where we currently will have in production classical cryptographic signatures, including if we're using hot stuff, aggregation and threshold signatures. Those are the most secure right now, but we're also going to selectively employ whatever is recommended currently by NIST as post-quantum cryptography secure against these threats. And we can employ them selectively. We could do that on very high-stake transactions only. We can do it once every 1,000 blocks so that we can always have a checkpoint that needs to reverse only a few blocks back. And what that means is that we can also do it lazily. We don't have to, they're not in the critical path, they don't increase latency, and we can compress them post-signing using any kind of GENS, Groth, or any other kind of snark technology, so that we eventually have this, but they're not in the critical path of production. So this is the hybrid approach we would recommend right now, and the one we take ourselves. And we will continue monitoring the space and adopt post-quantum cryptography as soon as they become available. So at this point, you've heard a few talks from SpaceComputer about this platform in space, and I'm sure you have a lot of doubts and a lot of skepticism. And trust me, we also have doubts. This is quite challenging. This is nascent technology. But what I want to do is invite you to be an optimist instead of a pessimist. And to do that, I want to scroll back almost 70 years ago to when satellite technology was started as a way to cover military reconnaissance gaps and reach everywhere on Earth. So this was in a project called Corona, and they needed to get images from satellites. So they deployed these satellites, and they covered the entire surface of Earth, but they needed to get images back from these satellites. Digital technology did not exist there. And what they did back then is drop from the satellites buckets carrying physical, undeveloped film, which were then intercepted by parachutes from airplanes that were orbiting above the Pacific. This is a true story. Hundreds of these buckets were captured and contained invaluable information that to this day are used by scientists to provide very interesting information from that time from Earth. So by comparison, the satellite technology that we work with today is piece of cake. With that, I want to thank you.
Wait, where's the rest of the fun? Huh? Oh, okay, let's go. Okay, welcome everyone to this amazing panel. We're here to talk about the next frontier in scaling for crypto. Now that crypto is at the edge of becoming mainstream, I already introduced myself. I'm the founder of the Defiant. We have Chase Albert, partnerships at Arbitrum, Jill Gunther, the co-founder of Espresso, and Odette, marketing at Starknet. So amazing panelists. Let's get started getting to know each of how your solutions are helping scale blockchain specifically, and if you can focus on what makes your solution unique versus others. Chase, you can start.
Yeah, happy to start. I'm with Off-Chain Labs. We are the core builders of the Arbitrum tech stack, the first optimistic rollup in Layer 2 on top of Ethereum. We basically help scale Ethereum and blockchains using our Arbitrum 1 core development stack or core chain, and then also our Arbitrum Orbit stack, which is composable for other developers to build their own chains, which basically packages execution data and sends it down to Ethereum, the most secure settlement environment on the planet and on all planets.
Great, thank you. Yeah, my name is Jill Gunter. I'm one of the co-founders at Espresso Systems. And Espresso is working on the problem of interoperability between rollups. So whereas Chase and Odette, they're working on the stacks for the execution layer that will support millions of applications and billions of users and trillions in assets. We're working on the infrastructure to make all of that work together. So we've built a blockchain that is designed for real-time communication across different rollups.
Amazing. We need that. Hi, guys. Oded. I'm running the marketing org at Starkware. So Starknet is basically the leading ZK rollup on Ethereum, now on Bitcoin as well. Basically, Professor Eli Ben-Sasson, our founder, is the godfather of ZK. He's basically invented that, and ZK Starks. And well, we have the best ZK tech. We also have the highest, TVL capacity, etc., among ZK rollups. So we'll probably jump later into more about what's ZK. What's unique about us is that we basically bring scalability to Ethereum and Bitcoin. We also have a stack that is supported more than $1.5 trillion of trading volume. So very battle tested, started in 2017 and running multiple chains.
Awesome. Okay, so to start, let's dive a bit deeper into the differences between optimistic rollups and CK rollups. Because, we have two of the best examples here of the different approaches to Ethereum rollups. And obviously for context, why are rollups important? They're enabling scalability on Ethereum. I think Vitalik, I can't remember the exact date of his post, but he laid out the rollup-centric scalability roadmap, and that has played out perfectly. We've seen it be very successful in actually scaling Ethereum. That's become a reality today. And these two types of rollups have been at the forefront of this effort. But optimistic rollups right now hold the most TVL, are the biggest rollups on Ethereum. How do you see this trajectory continuing, especially as CK technology improves?
Yeah, it's a great question. Optimistic rollups were obviously the first to market and are still in numbers the largest, and we believe that it's because it's the best technology for scaling Ethereum today. Perhaps this is a narrative violation, but we do believe that ZK will play a big part in the future. I think it will be more of a hybrid type of use case. So the way optimistic rollups today work is they optimistically assume that fraud is not being committed. If fraud is attempted, we go through the optimistic fraud proof protocol, and we ultimately prove that this person was or was not committing fraud.
The issue with that is there is a 7-day window upon which that arbitration happens. The correct fork of the chain will continue working, but there is still this 7-day withdrawal period is how it ultimately affects most users. We do believe that one day in the future, once ZK becomes cheap enough, it may be possible to hybridly prove, or when that fraud may be taking place, we will use a ZK proof to more cheaply and more quickly verify that the correct fork of the chain is moving forward.
Okay, super interesting. So the idea is that optimistic rollups, or at least Arbitrum, will adopt CK technology in the future, and there will be a sort of hybrid approach.
Yeah, we recently announced a big partnership with Succinct, working with their SP1 proving technology, and we're really excited to explore what that might look like, although admittedly it is, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done.
So, Odette, what advantages does a CK first approach provide?
Sure. First, let me say to Chase, he actually acknowledged some of the major problems with optimistic rollups and why Starknet built basically ZK first approach. First of them is this optimistically assuming everything will be without fraud, as unfortunately we know the human race is not necessarily great at not doing fraud, and most optimistic rollups don't have it actually tested properly, this mechanism. They're not really, in reality, not activated often or at all. So that's one. Second, ZK, it was indeed at the beginning way more expensive to run, but actually at the moment it's in order of magnitude cheaper to run a transaction on Starknet versus Arbitrum or Base or any other optimistic rollup. Like a cost of transaction now on Starknet is 0.001 cent. Right, it's like absolutely nothing. So that's being solved based on technology. The main thing with ZK, no trust assumption. Basically, specifically ZK Stark, the technology that we use, meaning you can have trustless setup. You can, it's permissionless. You don't need any certain trust assumption. You can scale it way more so at the moment than what optimistic rollups do. I mean, we are the highest scale among all rollups. I think roughly 4 times more than Arbitrum in terms of the ability to run transactions on us, and like in battle tested 2,600 transactions per second. It's like really nice numbers, but nowadays that's not the challenge. I don't think the challenge is the volume. We have it, we scale it. I think now it's about security and privacy, and ZK lends itself really well in that respect because it's based on, it's the foundation for a lot of that, like how you build actually privacy on blockchain. If you think of Zcash, by the way, Eli Ben-Sasson, our founder, was also the founder of Zcash. So yeah, we have that, and ZK is actually the, I think, magic ingredient for privacy and scale.
Chase, I don't know if I want to give you a chance to respond, but if not, I'll...
Yeah, the first thing I'll add is Arbitrum is not one of those rollups with untested fraud proofs. We actually did have a successful proof happen when the merge happened on Ethereum. So Arbitrum actually predates the merge, and its fraud-proof mechanism is over 10 years old at this point, based on a white paper that our co-founder Ed Felton wrote back when he was at Princeton.
Cool. Okay, so Jill, Odette mentioned one of the main challenges right now is security across L2s, and probably one of the biggest risks or points of increased trust is at the sequencer level. And I know that you're working on a solution to reduce the dependence on centralized sequencers. If you can talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So to talk about this, maybe I'll just tell the story a little bit of Espresso. You brought up privacy. We can't escape privacy today. Privacy is definitely the hot thing at the moment, which I love. Espresso started out actually building a privacy-oriented L2. Not a lot of people know this. This is like a little bit of lore for everyone. This was 4 years ago. And as we were building that, we realized that there were all of these problems with L2 infrastructure. This was before, Arbitrum had shipped a lot of the new bells and whistles that make it a lot more straightforward. This was before, Starkware had also shipped a lot of the features that you have, and of course you're working on privacy yourselves now, which is awesome. But one of the biggest challenges that we bumped into was we realized if we build as an L2 on Ethereum, we're building an island. And we didn't want to do that. We said, crypto, the whole point is to have money Legos. The whole point is to have composability across all of these different applications. And we don't want to just build a privacy island over here. We want to have connectivity into everything that's going on across Ethereum. Now, the ways that you can achieve that are to use many of the great interop protocols that have been built, but those all depend on what the rollup is saying from a centralized server, basically, if you're going to have very fast UX. And that's a problem, especially if you're building something in privacy land, with kind of a cypherpunk vision behind it. You can't have your connectivity to the rest of the space depend on a centralized actor. And so we looked at this problem. That centralized server is often called the sequencer. That's sort of where that jargon comes in. But we looked at that problem and we said, okay, we need a better decentralized way to be able to have real-time communication across all of these L2s. So we went back and we built a whole blockchain. In many ways, it's akin to any other proof-of-stake L1 protocol. And it's been live in production for the last year. We're upgrading to permissionless proof of stake very soon, so it will have security that we hope is close to on par with things like Solana or even Ethereum itself eventually. And importantly, today, in our most recent internal benchmarks, we haven't even published these, we're achieving 2 seconds latency versus the 20 minutes that it would take to communicate across chains using Ethereum. So, Cami, I think that you were spot on to bring up Vitalik's rollup-centric roadmap, which he published 5 years ago. Importantly, he published that 5 years after Ethereum was released. Ethereum, in many ways, was not designed to be fit for purpose for rollups. We've done a great job. The team at the EF, everyone has done a great job of retrofitting it, but Espresso is here to solve one of the problems that remains, which is real-time communication and fast transactions.
So to round up the conversation, I'd love the panel's thoughts on whether the next frontier of scaling is at the UX level, kind of making Ethereum feel like one chain, no bridges, etc., or is it still a tech problem where we need higher throughput, higher performance chains? Where is really kind of the challenge in terms of scalability right now? Whoever wants to start.
Yeah, it's a great question. The answer is probably both. I would say, you have chains that are moving at 250 milliseconds that can do hundreds, if not thousands, of transactions per second. Is that enough scale for all of finance to come on chain? Of course not. Is it enough scale for, a world-changing app like a Poly Market or Hyperliquid to come on chain? Absolutely it is. So I think that there are a lot of application layer improvements that will happen, a lot of interesting applications that are being built, a lot of great tools coming out of the embedded wallet and the account abstraction space that we're working very closely with. We recently acquired ZeroDev, an account abstraction as a service company. So there are a lot of great applications that still need to be built. However, we're not going to stay at this level of throughput and these block times forever. This is not the final form of blockchains. So there's work to be done on both fronts.
Yeah. From my perspective, I think I agree. It will go both directions, but the UX will be playing a major role, and privacy will make a major role. I think we're already going to a place where we're breaking the demand or the throughput challenges. We run internally tens of thousands of transactions on testnet, so we're not worried at all anymore about scaling the sense of how many transactions, also in terms of speed, latency. Once it's under 400, 300 milliseconds, it's basically problem solved because the user doesn't feel it. I mean, it's almost meaningless or negligible. Where it does matter is what Jill brought up, I think, in terms of proper decentralization. And now we're running a decentralized architecture, multiple sequencers. So I agree with you completely.
Yeah.
And what people, if you want to bring normies into Web3, you need to have UX that is flawless, Web2-like, and that they will be, so it has to be scale and fast, solved. They want potentially some of them privacy and something we're working on, and I think many other chains will probably understand that this is crucial. I think we have an advantage in the sense of the technology, but other chains will do it, and I think it's crucial for the whole ecosystem. And then it's about experiences, and you want UX to look and feel, again, very smooth, very lean. You don't even want to know that you're working on a chain. You don't want to know which chain. It should be abstracted completely. One of the things we have from the birth of Starknet is native account abstraction. What's now the Ethereum trying to basically bring on chain, and they saw the light, what we saw 6 years ago. Chain needs to be abstracted. You need to have a smart wallet. You don't need to pay fees for your app because the app can abstract it completely. So this is something we baked in the protocol. UX first, privacy, scale, I think is almost solved now.
Yeah, I have this thing that I say, which is that everything is infra. Like, you might think that you're building at the application layer. All of the problems and the bottlenecks that you'll find are going to sit lower in the stack still. And I think that this is something that our friends over at Solana get really right, actually, is that everything comes down to increasing bandwidth and reducing latency, which is why we still find ourselves needing brand new blockchains or blockchains that can act as modules within the Ethereum rollup ecosystem. And so, yeah, that's what we're all here to do.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I think maybe it was not a non-controversial take. Is both. We do need both still. So it's still early days in scaling. I do think the progress that has been made in just 5 years since that blog post has been incredible. We do have just everyday people using crypto for their daily lives, from Polymarket to stablecoins here in Argentina, especially people just paying for their groceries in crypto. So that's amazing to see. But yeah, the next billion users have yet to come. So, all right, thanks to amazing panelists and thanks everyone.
To the moon.
Thank you.
¿Ella está?
Muy bonito.
¿Sí?
Sí.
Qué buena.
Sí, sí. Voy afuera, como arma un poquito. ¿Querés hacer una entrevista o algo así?
Sí, déjame ver si encuentro a alguien para hacer una entrevista.
¿Querés que me quede por acá o querés que vayamos?
Quedémonos acá.
No, me quedé afuera.
I don't know.
That was great. You're so good.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, nerds. So we're on to start the next session. And as you may know, privacy and compliance is going to be the theme here. And I'll welcome Chief Strategy at Nethermind, Mikhail Zayats. So Nethermind is one of the most prominent contributors to the execution clients and many other interesting things in Ethereum. So over to you. You have the mic.
Thanks for having me. This venue is really amazing. Thanks for introduction. Today I'm talking about privacy and compliance and I will try to explain why this contradiction is like really, really superficial. So the apparent conflict is basically based on like very simplistic narrative that if you add privacy, then you lose compliance. So you can think about like number of personas, like regulators versus users, technologists. So regulators want like, well, compliance. They want traceability. They need to understand like what the flow of transactions looks like. They need to understand like who participates in transactions, like who are the users, why they are participating. On the other hand, we have users, and like also like from say Cypherpunk era, who really care about privacy and don't want their transactions to be revealed. So the result is that we have this like contradiction that is often framed as like a zero-sum game. Either we have compliance or we have privacy. So in this talk, I want to show why the compliance doesn't equal like the total surveillance. I want to talk about regulators who really care about like outcomes, about like setting up rules, rather than the possibility of the need of like being able like to the possibility of investigating every single transactions. I mean, also like talk about privacy preserving techniques that allow, on one hand, show regulators that the transactions follow the rules. On the other hand, will allow users to maintain privacy. So we can categorize the compliance needs into like a number of categories. So first of all, we need to have identity rules. Like we need to be able like to separate like good actors from bad actors. We need to be able like to gatekeep our protocols from users that could be like for example like North Korean hackers. On the other hand, we have risk control. So this is also called sometimes as like a pre-trade control. So basically, we need to have like a set of rules that will determine when a particular transaction can go through. We also have auditability, and this is like a post-trade. So for post-trade, it's like when transaction went through, and after the fact, we realize that there is something wrong, right? So we can imagine a situation where we have like a number of blacklist addresses, like the number of addresses that we identified to be connected to, for example, Lazarus group, and we don't want them to participate in our protocol. But for example, we didn't update the blacklist on time. So like particular transfer from Lazarus group went through. In that case, we want to make sure that after the fact, we can audit the protocol. So let me introduce like the cryptographic toolbox that we are going to use in the rest of the talk. So these are like, I would say, the usual suspects, right? So we have encryption to ensure like privacy. We have zero-knowledge proofs to ensure security, and also they play like a very important role in ensuring privacy as well. We have accumulator schemes like Merkle trees, also like for the sake of efficiency. And finally, we have signature schemes. So before continuing, let me set up the stage for basically how private transfers often work in many protocols you see. So this paradigm that I'm going to like briefly present was created by Zcash, or like Zero Cash, Zero Coin, like this team that came up with these great ideas of like putting like privacy for transactions on chain. So basically, what we have a user that wants to transact privately, and we have a smart contract. In this smart contract, we maintain 2 trees, like numerical trees, accumulators, right? There's a tree of commitments. So these commitments are commitments to the nodes we are going to later spend in transfers. And we have nullifiers. So nullifiers are needed to prevent double spending. Basically, the idea here is that when you are sending a transaction, when you are sending a node, you are revealing like the nullifier connected with the node in a way that the nullifier is added to the tree of nullifiers, and then when you are trying like to spend the same node again, the same node should have the same nullifier. So basically, you see like that the nullifier has been already used, and the second transaction, the second attempt is not successful. So for identity, like this is like a very simplistic concept, and like basically what I'm going to present here on a paper looks like super simple, but the devil is in details, and like implementing all of these things is really like super challenging. So for identity, we have like some authority that signs some documents, and then the user can take the signed document and using zero-knowledge proofs can show that the document has certain properties. But then there's like a number of challenges. So first of all, there are really lack of adopted standards for identity, something that everybody would agree on. Later, ZKPs are not really considered, they're not recognized as proofs. And this is like something that is really annoying. So basically, when you are talking to regulators, they don't want to see like a ZK proof for the fact that something took place. They want to audit like everything step by step. And this is like a very, very challenging thing that we need to overcome. We need to like convince the regulators that ZK proofs are good tools for audits. Finally, like KYC is only part of the process. There's also KYB, which comes with like a much heftier paperwork. And it's like there's another like level of complication. So for risk control, so this is pre-trade privacy. We are focusing on like giving like some rules such that transactions that don't follow specific pattern are not going to be processed in the system, right? And for this, we can take an example from privacy pools, which I believe were discussed earlier today, where basically users are showing that their funds come from so-called association set of like good actors. And in that way, they are allowed to trade in the system. For post-trade privacy, we can use the idea from Zcash, which introduced so-called viewing keys. So Zcash gave their users like possibility to reveal their transactions by deriving so-called viewing keys from users' spending keys, so from the key that is needed to send transaction. And when this viewing key is revealed, the auditor can check like the whole trace of the transactions. Right. So of course, like there is also like some issues with that. So for example, like the auditor learns basically everything. And finally, we really can like extend this framework. So instead of only like thinking like very quite simplistic that we have only like a set of allowed actors that can participate in the protocol, we can introduce like metrics for transactions that they need to fulfill to be processed. So for example, we can set caps for how big the transaction can be to be processed, or we can think about like systems where basically different amounts of transactions require different checks. The problem with viewing keys, as I mentioned, is that the authority who keeps the viewing keys has like the full control of, I mean, maybe not control, but it's like the full view of like how the transactions were processed. And we can like improve this process by doing, by distributing these viewing keys in a threshold manner, like among like multiple regulators. So for example, we can think about a system where we have like 5 governing bodies, and like if 3 of them agree that there's something suspicious going on, then they like get together and reveal the transactions. And finally, we can think about system where by using zero-knowledge proofs, we don't need to reveal the transactions, but only like a proof that some predicates about transactions hold. So for example, if the auditors are interested in checking the fact that, I don't know, like the transactions were transmitted to John X, the user who sent the transactions can provide a proof that no such transaction took place without revealing the whole trace of transaction the user did in the past. Finally, we can think about hidden policies. So it might be the case that when you have different policies for different roles in the system, then like the sole fact that you are using certain policy also tells something about yourself. So we also can use zero-knowledge proofs to hide the policies. So I would like to conclude this presentation with telling that basically this is like a sort like privacy and versus compliance is like a design space. It's not like a dilemma, right? We need to think about regulators as first-class citizens in privacy-preserving systems, to convince them about like the system tools that are robust enough to provide them the information they need in a verifiable way. And also like to have some sort of knobs that allow us to turn the system in a way that meets the regulatory requirements. Thank you very much.
Try to do something interesting. This is going to be a debate. So I'll invite the debaters, which are all legendary nerds, and we'll try to see how heated do we get here. So Sebastian, Orin, Jordi, welcome. And, oh, interesting. It looks like the, oh, yeah, now we're on the right one. Okay. So some background for this session. Blockchain technology is a field at the intersection of mathematical game theory, also known as mechanism design, cryptographic systems, monetary policies, and economics. When we design blockchain systems, it's never a one-dimensional consideration. Jordi and Orin here were among those actively involved in the original, the DAO affair, which was the original contract that people aped into, myself included. Got hacked in 2016, and I remember, Orin, we had the mutual circles in Australia from the builders there, and Jordi was one of the known white hat hackers from people that helped salvage the situation there, navigating the hack. and the interesting debate that came after that, the code is law. However, many times software is the only side of the story that is being told. While hardware considerations are often critical to provide distributed system security. I know that Sebastian from both Hopper and Gnosis that has been among the people most pushing for real decentralization forward and getting out of decentralization theater that you often see in crypto. So robustness in this in security sense is something that needs to be intentionally opinionated, and diversification of hardware and geographical deployment taken into account to preserve privacy, freedom of speech, freedom of transaction, and maintaining distributed system design that makes genuine effort to prevent corporate capture. So this session will be a bit like the Oxford-style debate. We'll have our speakers choose a side, and they'll argue for, and afterwards they'll retort, and afterwards they'll have to choose the other side and argue against. For and against what is the statement that I will share. So, statement goes like this. Software versus machine, ZK versus TE. In simplified sense, TEs provide generality of compute. In a sense, ZK provides verifiable integrity of compute. Why choose ZK and why choose TEs? ZK maxis are TE grave dancing at every opportunity they have. Orin is guilty of that. And at the same time, they're overlooking the fact that there's nuance. Not all TEs are exploitable. Yes, we do see some bad design choices, but not all TEs are exploitable. So are we only going to go with ZK solution, or we're going to kind of like we'll simplify and just come to categorize all of TEs as bad? Yeah, basically your argument for and against TE. So choose your team. Maybe who wants to start on for ZK against, for ZK and who's for TE?
I can take both sides.
Okay, you start for TE and you guys start for ZK, and you
Good.
can get started with your argument.
Yeah, but my argument is quite clear. I mean, in ZK you can do a lot of things, but you cannot do all the things. If you really want to encrypt computation, I mean, if you want to encrypt Ethereum, for example, you will need something like TE with the current state of the cryptography. You cannot. I mean, it's like, for example, what would be equivalent, for example, you would need something like obfuscation or other things, but ZK is not enough. Let me put you an example. Imagine that you want to have a decentralized market where all the order books are hidden. Okay? So this is not easy to do. When you want to have a state that nobody knows, you can share the state. I mean, maybe you can split the information between many things, but if you don't want that nobody can collide, and it's not an 3 out of 5, I mean, you want something that's global, then you need something like obfuscation, but in cryptography, but you would need something like a TE currently, at least until cryptography does not provide this solution. So from the engineering perspective, TEs, and you may like it more or less, but TEs are the only solution that we have to solve some of the problems, if you want to solve in a practical way, want to solve some of the problems in a practical way, in a practical manner. So if you're an engineer, you want to solve problems, certain problems, you have no other options than to choose TEs.
Okay, so basically if you're an engineer and you want to go pragmatic, you have to use TEs. Before you guys retort, your argument for ZK.
Yeah, I'm also a very simple engineer, And as a simple engineer, I advocate using the right tool for the job. You wouldn't use a hammer if you have to tighten a screw, right? Now, a blockchain is not a hammer. And a blockchain is also not a database. And I think that is the biggest misconception that I see over the years over and over again. That people, think about blockchains for replacing, some database technology. No, databases are great. SQL is fantastic technology, and you should use it. Blockchains are, however, global settlement infrastructure of last resort. That's what blockchains are. And in the context, if you think about global settlement infrastructure of last resort, that's what you use it for. In these cases, trust assumptions matter. And in these cases, it does not make sense to rest the fundamentals that you're building on top of on something that relies on some corporation to be always honest, to retain secrets, to produce all their hardware in a truly trustworthy fashion. And that's why I would advocate in the context of blockchains and in the context of applications that truly matter and need a global settlement layer of last resort, that ZK is the only solution that should be used for that.
All right, Oren?
So one way that I like to think about this, I like to frame this, is the direction that trust is flowing. TEs provide some very interesting and very strong guarantees for securing a secret and having very strict access control, very strict APIs around how that secret is used and what information it will release from the TE, from the secure enclave. This is fantastic for an environment where the secret does not trust, or whoever instantiated the TE does not trust the entities interacting with the secret. So they want to very much lock down the APIs, and at the hardware level, obviously, want to lock down what information is able to escape. And so it's this trust flowing from the secret outward. So the person who instantiated it does not necessarily trust the people that are calling into it. The ZK, I think, is very useful in the other direction, right? Where you, as the person who is wanting to interact with the system, do not necessarily trust the system that you're interacting with or the other people that are interacting with the system. And so you need a very concrete way to verify that your interactions don't leak the information that you don't want them to, and that other people interacting with the system, you can independently verify what that their inputs are valid. In the case of a TE, you have very little capacity to do this, or all of your guarantees are rooted in a supply chain and manufacture chain attestation. Whereas in the case of ZKPs, you have a cryptographic or a mathematical guarantee about the correctness of information flowing in. And so in this case where it's many parties mutually distrusting, wanting to interact with the system, ZKPs are the only viable solution for that. But obviously there's a bunch of other, or I should say the only solution that's going to give you really concrete cryptographic guarantees. The trade-off space is much larger than that, though. So in practice, there's more nuance.
Yeah, so like if I may paraphrase, the bottom line of what I'm hearing is that from engineering point of view, you want to work with a robust enough system that is general, and that's more pragmatic. From ZK Maxi point of view, you want to have something that survives any potential supply chain attacks. And also every ZK solution in some instance need to be engineered independently, whereas when you have the generality, you have that benefit. So I think that maybe to kind of try and rebuttal for each other is what would be rationale or motivation to have a design trade-off that would justify for you to, I don't know if to say compromise, but like understand, okay, that's the point where I'm okay with, I don't know if supply chain dependencies or manufacture, or how do you mitigate it when you're designing system? You want to start, Vitor?
In this, there are a lot of things that needs to be improved in the TE to be accepted. The first is open source hardware. I think this is something that, I mean, it's hard. There's some people talking about that, but this is, I think this is a fundamental thing that we need to start talking about. Of course, the industry in the TE has been doing the things probably in the worst way possible. I mean, just for example, just taking something like an Intel processor, which is a very complex processor, and trying to include, I mean, the TE inside the processor, this is not a good idea. I mean, you need to do something more simple, more close, and thinking better. I mean, this is probably the first thing. Not to mention centralized keys by Intel and other things that, I mean, they are just bad by design. But, I mean, I think that if you do the things in the right way, and you instead of, I mean, it's like, at the end, the limit is you are either trusting in math or you are either trusting in physics. I'm an engineer. I mean, you study both things, okay? And physics, you can, there are very interesting things that you can do to protect. I mean, for example, most of the TEs, one of the things that they do is you can generate a kind of a private key inside the chip that you cannot access directly unless you have some very expensive and crazy techniques to get inside. But I mean, it's, you get protection by the physics, not by the, of course, you need to supply you need to provide the, you have this trusted setup somehow, the equivalent of trusted setup, which is the supply key that you need to control and so, but there are super interesting things that you can do that touches not the world of mathematics, but the world of physics that can really make TEs possible. So I would not throw it, and especially in applications when you don't have alternatives. Probably the debate is wrong because, I mean, ZK, we are advancing a lot. And if you can do something in ZK, you just do it ZK. I mean, it's not, makes not a lot of difference. Probably there is some performance things, but you don't have a lot of motivations for going to a TE. But again, TEs are much, much more powerful, and you can do much other things in a more natural way, as you say, that I would not just throw it away at just starting, just from the beginning. Can I go to the other side already?
Almost.
I have a question here, actually. So the rooting some of your guarantees in physics, right? And going back to this this idea of the direction that trust is flowing, right? If I'm a entity wanting to interact with a TE that someone else has instantiated, how do I verify that the TE does what it says it does, right? That it behaves as expected, that it was instantiated as expected. And part of the argument for this, if I understand correctly, is that current or future generation TEs will have physical properties. I mean, they cannot be altered. And I think my counter to that would be that physics can be simulated, right? And so, like, what would stop someone from simulating this setup and still kind of spoofing it out to the entity that wants to interact with it, such that I have no way to distinguish between something that has been physically instantiated and thus cannot be observed without destroying it versus something that has been simulated such that it can be observed.
Not a physics expert on that, but I mean, when you have a TE, and when you have a chip, an IC, there is like two worlds in there, okay? So one is the, let's say, the matter worlds, I mean, the materia, the atoms, I mean, how it's composable in there, and the other is the energy part. I mean, if it's charged in one direction or the other direction. So the logic happens in one direction or the other. So and also there are, I mean, with piezoelectric things, you can even modify somehow the matters inside, so you can clean things and do things in there. So I'm convinced that you may have devices where you can check maybe one of those sites, probably the matter, and what's the physics, it's impossible or near impossible or very, very difficult or very expensive, impossible to check. Again, I think that there are ways.
Right.
So there are ways to do that.
I think the question there is like, how would I verify that remotely, right? If I don't have physical
Remote
access.
attestation, yeah.
Well, yeah, but you can have remote. I mean, you can check the matter without seeing what energy. I mean, what state is in there. It's hard to check. I mean, you can check the atoms, but it's difficult to check the electrons. I mean, just
right.
I mean,
I mean, like very practical example. If there's a TE up in orbit, how do I verify that it's been instantiated correctly?
You can go there.
Good question. There's actually some work also done on physically unclonable functions. So ultimately, you do want to have a footprint that you won't be able to, emulate as the moon landing in the studio in Hollywood. Similarly, you want to have it such that it's actually in orbit and didn't get in a data center in Düsseldorf or something.
Just want to mention one thing. I mean, the first ZK, Zcash, it had a trusted strap. I mean, trusted strap, you can see the equivalent of a supply chain.
Right.
It's there. Okay, so it's.
By the way, actually, I used to work with the electron microscopes, and sometimes people think that it's very easy to come and get into microprocessors and extract secrets and stuff like that. It's not as trivial. Even if you have a lot of money, it's a lot of specialization, and oftentimes you can protect for a lot of it. Anyhow,
can we switch now?
Maybe quickly now, it would be interesting to hear your counter argument. So basically, for you guys to start with the argument on why choose TEE, and you'll respond.
Yeah, okay. One crucial component in the real world is timelines and money. And unfortunately, we don't always have the luxury to wait for the perfect ZK solution to mature and appear and be useful in production and at scale, right? So if you work on something that needs a solution today, many times you will just be forced to use something else. And then the question is, what do you do, right? And I think TEs are the answer there, right? To pick one example, we have ZK rollups and all sorts of things. That's all great, but people still need indexers, right? You still need indexers to process what's actually going on the chain and make it available to real-world applications. Because guess what? People don't care about the blockchain. People care about that their, neo-crypto banking app works and is correct. In that case, everybody today uses, for example, an indexer. And an indexer is something there's no way you can implement that using a ZK stack. So that would be an example where I would definitely say anytime soon you would have to use a TE, just out of practical availability of the technology.
So I would frame this as, I talked a few days ago about this collaborative compute trilemma, right? You have these three properties, verifiability, confidentiality, and aggregation. And essentially, you can choose two out of those threes, and you must compromise on the third. Jordi hinted at this a moment ago with ZK being kind of an incomplete solution for things where you want to aggregate, when you want to have shared state, shared secret state. And so a practical compromise on confidentiality and integrity for the sake of being able to aggregate inputs, for being able to have shared secret state, is to leverage TEs.
Yeah. So the hardware industry, the maturity of the hardware industry for looking at security is much more new. You go time to market, but the time to market for this is really low. Actually, the immaturity of this you can see in the hacks. that are happening year after year on the TEs. Ridiculous and very crazy ideas of the TE. So doing application that you want to run 4 times, I mean, that you want to keep the security for a relatively long time, going to a TE is really a bad idea. You know for sure that next year it's going to be hacked, if not 2 years. So I think the TEs requires a lot of maturity if you want to be practical. And in the other side, ZK technology is evolving so high. I mean, right now we are proving in this, we are proving Ethereum in real times, which is huge, and you don't need a lot of hardware on that. And so using this new tech probably is what you need for most of the applications, and you don't have to rely in central parties, in supply chains. It's free. It's you can take there. It's open source. You can copy. You can use it. It's everywhere. And this is the spirit of the community that we have. I mean, we are using things that everybody can understand, that everybody can read about, that requires zero investment, that you don't need electronic microscopes and other very expensive things on that. I mean, that's a nice thing of cryptography. That's a nice thing of math. You just take GitHub, open source, read the code, go to the papers, read the papers, and you just have math to trust about that. This is, I mean, this is crypto. This is the nice thing of that. And this is much, I mean, this is free, open, and accessible. So if you can use that, and this is mature, and this is safe, what are you doing using a TE?
All right. Yeah, so definitely interesting arguments and counter-arguments. I think that realistically, at least from a conversation we had here earlier, it's not really that there is one solution that fits all. There's no real silver bullet. It's more about understanding what are the threat models, how to counter them, when do you want to trust physics, when do you want to trust math, at what point you also have limitations. Like one of the aspects, for example, you use ZK, it's very accessible, and generally you want to have something that is low cost to deploy. But some environment, for example, if you go to a multiplanetary species, you start having to rely on physics. And ultimately, every math runs on physics, right? So there's always so many trust assumptions that we make. And I think that being mature enough and pragmatic, you understand it. And sometimes the discussions get, like on Twitter or elsewhere, like it gets a bit polarized for no real reason. But I think it was good to kind of shed some of the light on that. So cheers. Any last comments?
Thanks for having us. A great discussion. And yeah, I mean, just echoing that, it's, I think the reality is that there's a very interesting design space, and regardless of what choice you make, you end up making a compromise somewhere. And so, as Sebastian said, the right tool for the job is the really critical question to get right.
Do not be maximalist. I mean, just understand what's going on and try to understand other things. Be very critical in what are the pros and the cons. And I mean, I'm coming here in the middle. I mean, as an engineer, you get in the middle, and so it's just you get the best thing for what's the most appropriate for each thing. And this means that understanding what's going on in both sides. But I think this applies to every library that you are using, every provider that you are selecting, every decision that you are making in engineering. I mean, you need to understand what's going on. You understand, go to the roots. You may miss it, you can try it, you can go again, but this is building, and this is growing, and this is what's about.
All right, time is up. So cheers, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
pretty.
This is nice. Yeah.
Very nice setting.
Very standard.
Okay. Should I wait for you? Sure.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. So we are heading into our next panel for session 4. This is for proof in data, building verifiable information systems. And the panel will be on availability, integrity, and proof, rethinking data security. And we have 4 fantastic panelists today, starting off with our moderator, Marcus Rain, the Senior Developer Relations at the Graph and Edge and Node, as well as Anto Joseph, the Principal Security Engineer of EigenLayer, and also Prabal Banjari, the co-founder of Avail, and Eric Galansky, VP of Technology at Fireblocks. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for taking time out of your busy week. I'm Marcus. Nice to meet everyone, and I just met these fellow in the industry team members here today, and I'm really happy to get going on this talk today. So let's just start with an open question for everyone here today. One of the topics that we're talking about is security, and that's a topic that from everyone's background becomes important at a certain point in everyone's building career and also as a user of the blockchain. It comes from many different angles, and oftentimes we build security on top of legacy infrastructure. So with this legacy infrastructure, it comes with problems, and if you had to redesign this legacy infrastructure, what would you do today if you had to redesign it from the start?
Okay, I guess I can take this one. So yeah, we have AWS, which is, I think, legacy infrastructure. What compute is missing today is verifiability. It's very trust me, bro. Like a database is very trust me, bro, right? And the blockchain is replacing that. But not all compute can be done on a blockchain. So now we are using different levels of verifiability to different problems. Like we have T's, we have like some sort of consensus, we have ZK, and we have FHE. So these are like different levels of verifiability that you can apply to like different problems at different scale, right? So yeah, I would try to like make the internet more verifiable, because with AI, you don't know what to trust anymore. It's a real problem now.
So verifiability options from the very beginning of development.
Exactly. Like internet started out with HTTP, and the banking couldn't happen because anyone could see your username and password because it's in clear text. We only got to banking and the boom of internet when we got HTTPS. So that was some form of like verifiability, right? Yeah.
Anything to add?
Yeah, so I think there's a difference between the product building and the security of the product building that is really seen in these situations where you have multi-systems connected and kind of depending one on each other, right? Because one of the things you can do when you build a product and you have some layers below you that are not very comfortable, a lot of times you can hide that. You can sort of like mitigate with like sugar on top, right? Like you basically make it look good, and in terms of the system as it looks and it operates, people don't even notice this. But you can't really do this for security, right? Because if you have a hole downstairs, like you cannot usually hide that hole, or like, and if you have some incompatibility between the layers that are being built, and some of them maybe were built like, 40 years ago, and some were built last year, but like it's a lot harder to like hide that. So like I think in that sense, I think it's something we just carry, right? It's not something that we can solve in an easy way, but I think that that's an important like difference in security.
I mean, I completely agree with them. Like, it needs to be verifiable, and we need to have a quantitative and qualitative measure of security as well. I think he talked about various different ways. There are cryptographic, there is economic, there is hardware-based. There are, hardware is kind of a trust-based model of security as well. So there are many different ways in which you can call a system secure. And then who verifies it, right? Like, is all the interactions being verified? Is my product I'm just calling it secure? These are like different ways in which you can have to define security in order for us to actually talk about what it means.
As a follow-up on that, for the different types of verifiability that are available, are there any that you personally prefer in this, and today, let's just say today, it might change next week?
Yeah, I think it depends on what is the problem you're trying to solve, because you cannot use smart contracts for AI. An AI model takes a lot more compute. So I think one of the practical options is to use a TEE. So the NVIDIA GPUs have a built-in TEE, and they are iterating on it. So now you can have private AI inference if you use the NVIDIA Blackwell model. So your model can span multiple GPUs and still will be private. So they are like innovating on that side of things. When you are looking at DeFi, I think smart contracts are a great option, right? So it really depends on the problem you are trying to solve. If your problem is latency sensitive, then economic security makes sense, because any form of compute takes time. Economic security is instant, right? Yeah, I would really think about it in terms of like how compute intensive is what I'm trying to solve, and
the cost,
yeah,
essentially.
Exactly, and the cost, yeah.
I think that the conversation of whether you prefer ZK or MPC or FHE or TEs is kind of like a bit of panel talk, right? Because it's very high level, and you almost can assume that like it's one or the other. If I'm solving this problem, I'm using this. If I'm solving this problem, I'm using this. In reality, like just in Fireblocks, for example, right? We're famous as an MPC wallet, but our MPC wallet runs in a TE environment, and our MPC has ZK proofs in it and homomorphic encryption.
And I'm sure that decision was very specific to exactly what you guys are building, and versus any other situation that you might be in.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also like eventually that decision is like really in the details, right? And then you start talking about like, is it homomorphic encryption, fully homomorphic encryption, general purpose ZK, or like specific ZK? And a lot like, so like I think basically when like you actually build on these technologies, pretty quickly you find yourself borrowing from here, taking this, I want this, to eventually get to the exposure that you're basically happy enough with being protected. And I don't actually think happy enough.
Happy enough, right?
It's like, you know, like
I understand that.
We assume everything is eventually can be compromised. And that's why, by the way, you kind of want the layers, right? Like, and that's a lot what this gives you is the layers. You're saying, I like my MPC, but I really prefer it when it runs in a TE than when it runs in an open server, right? So like a lot of this is basically creating those layers. Yeah, so like eventually most actual systems, I think, use some combination that is sophisticated, not like basic as big building blocks.
I mean, completely agreed. I don't think we can add much. Like, there's defense is in depth, and you want to have as much security as possible. I would love to say like cryptographic security is the de facto standard of where we want to be. That is trust minimized, you trust the math, but it's not always possible. It's not always convenient. It's not always practical. You know, you have your limits on what you can do. You don't even want to do this sometimes. It's not about the cryptography of it. It's not about the computation of it, but just maybe, you know, someone wants to launch a token and they want economic security to be plugged in because they want value to their token holders. Like, and that's a valid point. I don't see a flaw in that. And if collectively that community is secure or honest, then the product is secure, and that's a fine enough trade-off to make.
Yeah. And it always goes back whenever you're going into a subject of this density. It depends. It depends. It depends on certain situations that anyone from their own worldview will come into based on the costs, and they must decide. And coming to that, the initial question was very much about if we could reinvent from the very beginning, what would we do? Well, we're not there. We can't do that. And if we are a new developer coming into blockchain space, and having to consider security and all of the options in which you guys just discussed, what would be the first one to consider as a beginner, just getting going with security? Is there one that you'd recommend to just get started, to become aware of the security options out there? And how would you recommend a new developer getting started to do this?
I always, whenever a developer comes and asks me, I say like pick the tooling which is closest to what you know. So if you're a Rust programmer, go and pick up SP1, RISC-0, any of these brevis, any of these ZK VMs, which can make you run a Rust program inside ZK. Because TE is not that accessible. But if you have a TE-enabled machine, which probably almost always is there available right now in consumer-grade hardware, then if you can do that extra mile, turn on that, try to run a program. But it's more involved, and a beginner is not that used to it. But then there are many good partners like Fala Network and such who make it very easy. You have a Dockerized container, you go and run that inside a TE, and that's a tooling which, if it's close to you, if you know Docker, if you have the knack of running things inside cloud containers and orchestrating them, then go and use them. FHE and such are much more involved, and I don't assume that people will understand even the differences about the different types of homomorphic encryption that he mentioned. And that's why it's not important for them to understand that. The importance is to get their hands dirty, understand what are the trade-offs there, then go back to the problem that they are trying to solve, and then come back again to the security model that they want to offer to their users.
All right, well, I think we've gone over security really well. I want to go into, we also talked about integrity and making sure that we have the idea. I want to go into availability and understanding availability a little bit better. What does that word mean to you in this epoch of crypto? Because it meant something different a few years ago. What does it mean today for you guys?
Right, yeah. So we did data availability. We have a DA product, EigenDA. And now we have builders building on Eigen AI and Eigen Compute. So these products operate on some data. So AI operates on your prompts, and compute operates on your Docker images that you upload to Eigen Compute, which runs in a TE, right? So when someone wants to verify that you are doing some compute, they need access to that data. So right now, most of our Docker containers is hosted on a Docker Hub. So that is a centralized storage system. And if that goes down, your data availability guarantees goes down. Yeah, so data availability systems like EigenDA, Avail, for example, they come into play. And I don't think they are just tied to blockchains. Availability is very important for verifiability. Yeah, and that is why we are building EigenDA, because it's not just for blockchain, it's for the AVSs, the compute, the AI, and all the products we build on
fuel.
top. The fuel, exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I think availability, as you mentioned in the end, right? It's a generic term. If you talk about security, generally speaking, security can be broken into liveness and safety. And in some systems, either safety or liveness or both are kind of compromised if the availability of a particular service or a particular data or a particular component is not there. So for example, I think we were talking to SpaceComputer here, and they're talking about launching, in satellites, they will have TEs and such. And one of their main concerns was availability of that particular satellite from a point that I'm trying to communicate. And that's a fair problem, right? And that also is a problem of availability. Just having, AWS, for example, we use a lot of these spot instances in various different AWS, DigitalOcean and such, and sometimes they're not available. So no matter how good my cryptography is, I cannot actually do a prover computation because some compute resource is not available, right? And so availability kind of compromises sometimes liveness, but sometimes safety as well, as in rollups and optimistic rollups particularly. So that is where availability becomes extremely important. And you have to talk about specific instances, specific security models, what is getting compromised, and what is meant to remain available for that security to not get compromised.
So two thoughts. First of all, much like security, availability is a team sport. because you're only as available as your worst piece, right? So I think this is kind of like the challenge of a lot of systems in the ecosystem, that eventually nobody can do everything, but you're only as available in the processes you have on all of the pieces in the process, and a lot of times it's a lot of pieces. There's a lot of companies involved because there has been like the full consolidation in the ecosystem so that a single company can basically solve everything. So that's just one part of it. The other one, I think, there's a desire in our ecosystem to become the backbone of the financial ecosystem, right? Or at least it's a desire to some, right? Some people don't care about this, but to some there is a desire. And once you're in that realm, you need to start talking in like, I don't know, 4 or 5 nines. Now, I don't know if anybody here worked on a 5-9 system. First of all, it's not fun. And second of all, it's really, really, really hard. So there's like exponential cost and in effort and just like money to being able to add another 9 to your SLA, sort of, right? Because like again, like the 5th 9 is basically things that are not happening on a day-to-day, right? It's when like aliens attack, you still need to be available. And I think if we really want to be there, like if we really want to be in the place where we can start not just being used on the side of the financial ecosystem, but actually in the main processes, like a lot of people tout all the time. Like basically a lot of systems, because it's not just one, need to start thinking, how do we upgrade? I'm not saying 5 nines, but how do we get to like 4? And that's going to require a lot of effort.
A lot of effort and teamwork.
Yeah,
for sure. We have a short amount of time left, so keep it short with the question. If there's any buzzword that is within your scope of practice that you could get rid of or sunset, what would it be? And if there was another word that deserves more attention, what word should that be?
Yeah, I guess zero trust security. Security always has trust assumptions.
So you want to get rid of that one?
Yeah, I think like even if you're doing cryptography, you have trust assumptions on math. Right? Yeah. So that is, I think we should get the term trust assumptions more attention, because when we talk about TEs, they have a different set of trust assumptions from ZK. Like any system that we use today has assumptions. So maybe like trust assumptions could be a cool word. Yeah.
I think it's both. Like both of the answers is security. Like for example, I want security to be defined, because we kind of say a lot while saying nothing when we call a system secure. And security is kind of thrown around quite a lot, right? I mean, it's not a bad word. I want it to be used actually more, but I want it to be defined. Like one of the things when I came first from academia to this industry, I felt like the vagueness of every blog post, the vagueness of every claim, the vagueness of every Twitter bull posting is so awkward that you don't even know how to debate on that, right? Because the point, the starting
That might be part of the intent too, of that vagueness.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just want it to be defined better, because I don't think that it is put like necessarily out of malice, but it's basically we are moving this fast that if we do not create the culture of of defining what we mean when we say buzzwords, then we can say anything, right? Like a roll-up, like you can call many things a roll-up and still mean very little of what it means to be a sidechain. I mean, when I joined Polygon, sidechain was a big thing. I mean, no one talks about sidechains anymore, but still it is not categorized as equal to a roll-up, but what is the difference? Like, so those kind of things I would love to harden a bit.
I have no chance in succeeding in this, but payments. So, like, it is used to describe so many different things and so many different layers of things that it's just not very useful, Like when somebody says, I'm building a blockchain for payments, he's not saying anything. Bitcoin was a blockchain for payments, P2P cash, like it's payments, right? Basically like a more nuanced conversation. No chance it will happen, but like still, like would be a nice dream.
Okay, well, we are at time. Thank you so much for your time, and audience, thank you so much as well.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Now we have our keynote speaker for the session, Rodrigo Coelho, and he will be speaking about data, payments, and agents, and how AMP and ampersand...
By the tiger, watch this.
It came over. How AMP and ampersand power tomorrow's financial revolution. Big round of applause for Rodrigo.
All right, I'm excited to be here. We are in a planetarium in Argentina. How cool is this? Woo! Yeah, very exciting. All right, so buckle your seatbelts because we are going on a ride into the future of tomorrow's financial revolution. We are talking about data, payments, and agents today. But first, why a Node? Who are we? Why should you listen to me? I'm Rodrigo. I'm CEO of Node. I was the first employee back in 2018 after the original founders. And for those of you that aren't familiar, the graph is an indexing and querying protocol for getting data off of blockchains. And we were the creators of subgraphs, which has become a standard. Our infrastructure over the years have served trillions of queries. That's with a T. And subgraphs were the initial standard that's been utilized as the way that people get data off of blockchains. And our infrastructure and open source code that we maintain has been downloaded millions of times by developers worldwide. We're also the founders of the House of Web3, which is a co-creation space in the heart of San Francisco's Presidio. It's a beautiful space where builders from around the world come together to solve some of the world's most challenging problems. So if you're ever in San Francisco, please come as my guest, and we'll welcome you with open arms. It has beautiful views of the Golden Gate Bridge. We'd love to have you there. So can the devs do something? We've gotten a lot of heat over the years as to what we've been up to. People have been asking, what's coming? Well, I'm telling you, we weren't over, and we've been quietly building what comes next. And I'm here to say we are so back. So we're going to be talking today about AMP, the first blockchain native database, and ampersand, which is a wallet for agents and a dashboard for humans. So along the way, we've been gathering user feedback, listening, hearing to our users. We've been running this for 7 years, so we've had a lot of time to hear what people have been using our tools for. And along the way, we've identified some challenges and opportunities in the blockchain data and infrastructure space. But first, have you ever given the thought that literally everything we do, it boils down to data? So every interface that we utilize, you're scrolling through X, through Instagram, social media, it's essentially a user interface on top of a database. Everything we do, at the end of the day, data is sitting in a database somewhere. And Excel, for example, is a database skin on top of a database, right? Columns, rows, and then everything else is just like a more beautiful kind of skin, but at the end of the day, it's all comes down to databases. And so we looked at the on-chain problem, and after all the experience we have, and blockchains were designed for writing to them. So they were implemented to solve particular problems. We all kind of understand that they were for consensus, for immutability, and so there were trade-offs with that. And the analogy I like to give is that imagine like in an old school kind of book or a ledger, and you're writing in the book the transactions, and then you're turning the page for each block. But imagine the book was closed, and so you couldn't read what was going on in the book. And so they struggle at reads. And if you were to purchase a database today like PostgreSQL, it ships with the ability to query it and read it. But blockchains don't ship natively with that software. And so what the graph did was created a standard for reading blockchains, to boil it down. So traditional databases are slow. Many database technology has been around for over 30 years. They weren't really built for a transaction-heavy world that we have today. They're inflexible. They were designed to be general purpose, not for blockchain transactions. They're unscalable, so no native support for AI or blockchain interoperability. Many solutions today, and even here at the conference and this week talking to different teams, they take off-the-shelf solutions, pull them together, use different tools and whatnot to try to stitch together something that kind of works. And so it's a struggle to get consistent and reliable data across blockchains with current solutions. So with that, I'm happy to introduce what we have been hard at work over the last couple of years. It's called AMP, the world's first blockchain native database. And so we, over the last few years, we sort of went to square one and we said, if we were going to rebuild something today, taking what we've learned over the years, building something from scratch, from first principles, what would we build for knowing what the future is coming? And that is AMP. I'm happy to share it with you. Let's get into the features really quick. It brings verifiably extracted data with end-to-end lineage. So that's really important because especially for enterprises and different financial use cases, you want to ensure that the data you have in your database matches what's on the blockchain. It's very challenging to do. We're able to offer those proofs, and you might ask how we do that. Well, we use math. Tough crowd. All right. Next, multi-chain access, rapid chain addition. This is also a big use demand. There's so many chains today. The number of chains is always increasing. More transactions are happening on different chains, and so we have the ability to add new chains as they come along very easily. We can offer composable data sets, so we can use them like Lego blocks, and you can stitch together views from different sources and pull them together into one materialized view. We can deliver the data to meet the needs of where the user demands it. So SQL, REST, GraphQL, we can dump into Snowflake, Kafka, for example, for analytics use cases. So we meet you where you are in terms of how you need the data. And just real quick into the technical architecture without getting too technical. It's available locally, on-premise, or in cloud. So that's also a unique feature. Running in local environments is something that we're proud of, and that is a demand in the enterprise side of the world. Offers compliance and data sovereignty with no access to logs or query data. It can be run behind a firewall and integrated with identity management systems. And it integrates with business intelligence tools, enterprise data warehouses, and data lakes. So it's highly interoperable. And super accurate handling events in real time with built-in reorg handling, which is a challenge with blockchains. In terms of use cases, for compliance needs on the enterprise side, analytics use cases, for audit trails. And real quick with some initial benchmarking we've done, some of these numbers took us by surprise, and we had to triple check them. So it was over 2 times more storage efficient than other full node databases, almost 6 times faster than BigQuery on public data sets, 100 times faster than other competitors in terms of data freshness. So that would be like 1 second versus 100 seconds. So 1 second, your data's there with AMP, where you'd be waiting almost 2 minutes for your data to load. This one kind of caught us by surprise. Over 4,000 times faster backfills compared to other traditional RPC endpoints. And AMP processes 4 million events per second, fetching and filtering from blockchain logs. So pretty remarkable numbers. So that is AMP, real-time, verifiable, secure, and compliant enterprise scale on-chain data. So you might ask how AMP fits into the graph's long-term vision. So we view it as a new data system that aims to strengthen the ecosystem. What this could mean for the network, more workloads, higher value queries, ecosystem expansion. Subgraphs were sort of for a specific use case, the developer use case. It provided an API and a GraphQL API endpoint. So what AMP does is it expands that total addressable market into enterprise use cases, analytics, and so it's a much larger pool of people looking for that data, and we view it as the backbone of the sort of graph 2.0 of the network. And that is AMP. All right. But wait, there is more. Just one more thing. So along the way, we identified other opportunities that were suited to solve. For the agentic economy to flourish, it needs better infrastructure. And so this came out in A16Z's State of Crypto report recently. This is a big number, but Gartner estimated by 2030, there'll be 30 trillion in purchases that will be made or influenced by AI agents. So what happens when every person and every company has swarms of agents operating on their behalf? So this year, there were about 41 million mobile wallets, up 20%. By 2030, we may have 1 billion agent wallets. You know, if you take this number, grow it exponentially, each of us has dozens of agents doing specific, minute tasks. This number is going to explode, right? And all of these agents need wallets. And so how do we manage that future that we all know is coming? So to accelerate the growth of agentic economies, several agentic standards have emerged. You may have heard of these. Google developed an A2A protocol that enables agent-to-agent communication. ERC 8004 emerged recently. That is for kind of a decentralized open source form of reputation for agents. And Coinbase, of course, came out with X402 that kind of kicked off this whole race. And it's a protocol that defines ways in which agents can transact and pay each other. So we've contributed to all of these standards, and for those that are more technically inclined, we developed a deferred payment scheme that is to be included into the X402 standard that allows for batching of micropayments and allows for a much higher throughput than what is in the X402 standard. So we're happy to be contributors and actively involved in the development of the space because we see it as being integral to how we interact and do commerce in the future. And so what is the problem that exists in the space right now? Agents are multiplying, payments aren't. There's no visibility into agent-to-agent spend. There's no means of control for budgets, alerts, policy, etc. There's no provable records tied to outcomes. And there's no way to identify or verify agents. And so with that, we're happy to introduce Ampersand. And it's a wallet for agents and a dashboard for humans. So Ampersand is a management platform for agent payments and operations. Ampersand enables wallet creation, so agent wallets that integrate with A2A and MCP as the current standards, but as new standards come online, we'll integrate with those too. Action automation, full visibility, so real-time dashboards of agent payments and flows, action controls for enterprise, compliance, reporting, and accounting. And so agents transact in stablecoins over X402, while ampersand manage the life cycles of those funds. Real quickly into the technical architecture. You can manage and spend earnings and automate flows all in one place. It's built on Coinbase X402, of course. And the deferred payment scheme that I mentioned earlier will be embedded as soon as that comes online. We're part of the creation of standards here. And this is a preview of what ampersand looks like. You can view this is like the dashboard view where you can see like your different agent wallet accounts and view their spending. And this is the actual agent view where you can dig in and view the actual transactions. The analogy I give is that you think of each agent as sort of like a teenager and you're giving them an unlimited credit card. And so this would be like giving them a credit card with spending limits. And so you can only spend this amount per transaction and this amount per day. And let me see what you're doing. And this is the beauty of where blockchain and Web3 and crypto meet AI. It's the perfect use case because the visibility of blockchain data and that it's observable is what makes this possible. It doesn't go into like a black hole in like the Visa network or Stripe. This is all on-chain and visible for everyone to see. So it allows for the ability to manage and control this. And so ampersand.ai, we are turning this on Thursday. You can visit the URL now and sign up for early access, but we will be making it available this week. So what's coming next? Like I showed, the dashboard view is coming this week. You'll be able to manage the deferred payment scheme, which is coming as soon as that gets rolled into the X402 standard. We're going to add reputation and identity management, also when the 8004 standard comes online. And so with agents, it's important to know that who you're dealing with is legitimate. And so there'll be an ability to sort of create kind of a score and get feedback. And you can, the agent will use that to determine who they want to interact with and whether they're a valid agent on the other side. And we have all that transaction history that goes along with it. We'll be adding more detailed charts and analytics and more chain support. As mentioned earlier, chains are being added all the time. So to wrap it all up, the devs have been doing something. We've been really busy. We've been building, and we're bringing 2 new industry-defining standards to the market. So it's a really exciting time at the Graph. Like I said, we're so back, and thank you very much for your time. And just want to mention that so we have a technical talk tomorrow given by our CTO, or I think it's Wednesday. I can't remember what day it is. And then I will be speaking on Thursday at Pragma. And Friday, there's a Trustless Agents Day. I'll be speaking there as well. And as I mentioned, we'll be turning ampersand on this week, so you can play around with it. And AMP, we are also turning that on for developer preview. We'll be here this weekend for the hackathon, so developers can go and start building with AMP. And here's my contact info, and happy to connect with any of you. And you can scan the QR codes for updates. All right, thank you so much for your time today.
All right, so we have had 4 excellent sessions so far, and next we want to bring you something truly special. So we have our immersive art show now. It was created by Initi, a Czech artist who specializes in projection art. So this is a combination of taking us on a journey through space and time to immerse ourselves in the universe. It's
Hello, how are we feeling this afternoon? Woo! Yes, yes. Hi, I'm Bailin. I will be introducing the next segment titled Cypherpunk Manifesto. And without further ado, I will be welcoming Andrew Miller from Flashbots on stage, and he will be presenting a keynote speech on restoring our social fabric with liberated private data and confidential computer. Let's welcome Andrew on stage.
Excellent. Thank you. I've got all I need. All right. Hello, everyone. It's tough to follow such a good immersive act with back to some technical discussion. It's really cool to be presenting in this planetarium. You can tell how much fun all of the speakers and audience are having. That's very memorable. I'm going to be talking about Teleport. We're a product studio that is up and coming that does consumer products. We're being incubated by Flashbots. The impetus for this comes from really two main observations. One is a critique of blockchain that I've shared with my colleague Xinyuan at Flashbots, which is that for all of the exciting work that blockchain is doing, we can't help but feel a bit of a lack of imagination among all of the potential that this great tech has. It's really good that we've been excited a whole new generation of builders that have very exciting cypherpunk values through and through. Basically ignited a whole adoption of a whole range of good cryptography techniques, but a little bit stuck in the limited view of just digital assets and finance. Really, we should be taking the cypherpunk values to other areas, embracing an entire decentralized lifestyle as well. The other impetus for this came from, I've reordered these a little bit, and I want to start here for this point. We had these really cool discussions about TEs, and TEs are like the worst technology ever. Mostly what you hear about them is that they are continuously broken, and that's really true. Basically, it's kind of tough. I have a background in cryptography, and so I used to join the, voices saying, why would you even try to be using TEs when zero-knowledge proofs exist? You should be sticking to cryptography, which is backed by math rather than trust in manufacturers and trust in nebulous views of what hardware can do. And it's kind of gets boring as a security researcher to keep saying, oh, what you already think you have, actually you can't not have it. That's not a message that anyone really likes hearing. And it's also really cool to be hearing the discussions. I think the discourse has evolved a lot. I really like what SpaceComputer is doing, and any of the people contributing to the trustless TE effort are trying to actually make the trusted hardware that does what everyone wants TEs to do. So that's a really good, productive change. That's actually building the future that we need to have and that we really want. So that's extremely important work, but it's a little bit further out. The TEs that we have now are not secure against physical attacks. They do strongly rely on the support of the operators of them, and essentially a trust model that relies on trusting the manufacturers and the operators to do the right thing. And so it's kind of disappointing, and it's unfun as a security researcher to saying, oh, you already have these cool products, you're doing this, so you just can't have what you think you already have. So this came from a bit of like, if you can't beat it, join them. What's shown here on this slide is not only do every hardware manufacturer of processors, so Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA as well, they have TE execution modes built into their server processors. So they're already distributed on the server processors that are out there. Also, all of the cloud providers have confidential VM offerings. So you can launch a confidential VM supported by the cloud operators that runs on top of the confidential execution mode that the hardware providers have built into their processors. And this is even being acknowledged by the AI providers. So all the AI providers have at least some white paper that explains that confidential compute is the future. We want to be able to provide private inference. Obviously, you don't want to have to rely on just the good word of an AI provider to keep your data private. So, this trend is just like a flood that's keeping going. So, the attitude of that is like, if we're going to be, putting ourselves in the mindset that maybe in the future, hardware will actually deliver the trust model that we need from these. And in the meantime, all of the big industry players are offering these, tools for people to use anyway. At least we should be using these to, excite our imagination and, not just use them as a cheaper way of doing zero-knowledge proofs, like as an excuse to be lazy and skimp out on your cryptography, but instead to do something, completely different that you wouldn't be able to do anyway. So just rewinding a bit until this makes sense. So the 2 points that I will then make today is that we should be using TEs as the appropriate technology to do new kinds of app development that you wouldn't have thought of being able to do before. And in particular, one of the areas that's really promising for us to turn our Web3 sense of decentralization and disruptive innovation to is the world of social media and algorithmic recommendations. So this is a really important place to bring the Cypherpunk manifesto and set of values because it's a place where it's sorely needed. So all of the doom scrolling platforms from Twitter, but especially the short form videos like Instagram Reels and TikTok especially, all right, this is where there are a whole, billions of users, all right, it's captured the attentions for better or worse, probably mostly worse, of all of the youth. And these are also settings that if you're used to breaking down problems in a Web3 sense are kind of familiar, like you're being led towards an unhealthy, a worse deal from the outcome because the platform that is calling all of the shots has all of the leverage and power, has all of the data. Ostensibly, the short-form video platforms are peer-to-peer, like user-generated content. You've got, back and forth being able to make videos of your own, responding to communities with influencers or creators who you follow. But in a way, it's not really peer-to-peer, it's really the platform controlling everything. Like the way that doom scrolling works is that it's super effective because the behavioral data that the platform has from the scrolling patterns of all of the users, it can use to deliver the next video on your feed that's like the next potato chip. You can't look away, it's like chosen for you as the video that's gonna make you continue scrolling to the next one as much as possible. Everyone also has a different algorithmic For You page, and you as a user are essentially isolated in the use of your data from all of the other users. You never get to see what's on someone else's For You page, and you aren't really encouraged to look behind the scenes at your own behavioral data. The platform has all of the fine-grained data. They're able to use it all of, to your own end. And the dividedness of the individual users on the system, is unfortunate, but is to the platform's advantage. So it would be really interesting, it would be, bringing the Web3 values to the social media and attention economy would be to make information diet apps that make use of the individual data that each of the users have, but would allow you to share and get the benefits of sharing of this data and ability to post with other users without waiting for the platforms to give it to us. This is something that we should bring as permissionless innovation. So I'll give 2 examples of apps that we have in review in the App Store, so these will be dropping very soon, and then I'll tell you about how the TE background enables this. So the first one's called Feedling. It's a virtual pet that consumes the same information diet that you consume. And so the way that this works is it has delegated access to your TikTok watch history, and as you watch videos or like videos or engage with them, you watch a video of a cat with receiving eye drops, you get a virtual pet that also starts to take on the attributes of the kinds of videos that you watch. So it either gets healthier or unhealthy, depending on if you watch too many violent videos, it's going to be reflected in the attributes that your digital pet takes on. So you can think of this as like a biofeedback mechanism that reveals to you maybe insights that you wouldn't have thought about what your behavioral pattern says to you. The other one is maybe more interesting, is you can almost see how it's almost like an auction kind of application, but in a non-digital assets world. So this is called Sync, and the idea here is that you have a group chat with an AI agent in the group chat that has delegated access again to your watch history on TikTok, and it also can respond to messages that show up in the group chat. And the idea is that this is meant to surface hidden complementarities or matches between the people that you're talking with. So in this example, it's like one of the people in this 2-person group chat is basically talking in code that only makes sense if you were basically talking in quotes from a TV show. So this agent would then, informed by the watch history, can say, well, actually, these 2 people have actually watched the same set of videos. They're kind of binge watching clips from the same TV show. It's interesting to drop a card into the chat and mention that. So, zooming out from this, the idea is that there's some hidden insights that are buried in your private watch history. Nothing about the TikTok platform encourages you or facilitates you to share or aggregate this watch history with anyone else on the platform. And so if you want to be able to get any insights or recommendation benefits from aggregating this watch history together, you have to go off platform to be able to do that. So here is an illustration of roughly how this works and where TEEs come in. And I'll point to an open source version of this that you could look at right now. It's already on GitHub. The basic move here is to use these confidential VM offerings, which are already available on all of the major clouds, and to run whatever browser or mobile OS you would use to connect to this platform. You run that Initi in this confidential VM platform. This now becomes like your remote operated browser that then becomes also a secure sandbox for computing on the data that is your data that you access through the platform through your confidential VM running a browser. Nothing about running a browser in a TE even needs to be visible to the platform that you're doing it. Like the platform doesn't know where your processor is. They know where your IP address is, unless you use a VPN, which you can and should, and many people do anyway. And you can even route the TLS traffic that originates in the remote processor in a confidential VM through the user's own IP address. You can act as like the VPN for your own remote TE sandbox browser. It's also actually a really important idea for the user empowerment view of this, that this should be an open source modular thing. So once you have a browser in a TEE that's capable of collecting your watch history, and you can generalize this to other platforms besides TikTok, just using these examples of watch history to be concrete. Once collecting this data, it's up to you to choose which applications you would delegate that to. So the two examples that I said there, it's your data. You're allowed to take your data and put it in a TE sandbox. And when you have sensitive data in a TE sandbox, you can then participate in applications that don't rely on sharing all of this sensitive data with other users or with anyone in the public, but just use that combined sensitive data for something that actually benefits you or is useful for the people in your peer group. That's the point of that. So I wanted to make sure that I include just some animation just to make use of the cool projection thing. So this is what it looks like. What you're seeing is basically a browser within a browser. So the inside browser is logged into TikTok and is running in a confidential VM. And it's logged into TikTok, and it's essentially, when you visit your watch history page, it makes a log of the watch history that's on your page. That is now stored in a personal data pod. So it's kept confidential, but you can choose to delegate it to any application that you want, such as these ones that would surface insights or otherwise get some benefit of sharing without actually having to give up control of all of your data. You can see the link for that called Teleport Talk Scope. So this is some open source code. The tech stack underlying it, maybe the basics of running a browser and being able to control it in different ways. That's familiar to anyone who's playing with AI agent stacks. They're all roughly capable of this. We happen to run this in DStack. That's a software framework on top of Intel TDX, but the core idea works regardless of the cloud provider and regardless of the particular processors. The wide availability that we have now of imperfect but usable now confidential VMs is perfect for this sort of thing. So the key message is that we should be using this technology to do something surprising for it, and especially to take power back from some of the platforms that are otherwise affecting our lives too much. If you are familiar with basic web operations and this idea of having data and then choosing different apps to delegate to, that's obviously reminiscent of OAuth. We give the name OAuth 3 for this open source paradigm, which is a really hilarious choice of name for, mainly for the reason that this is an unlicensed standard. Like if you search for OAuth 3, you just get a page that says, well, the OAuth organization says that OAuth 3 doesn't exist. How unimaginative of them. There's not even a place there for what OAuth 3 could or should be, just it doesn't exist. So it's like an anti-memetic hidden space to be able to put a name. And not only is it an unlicensed name, the whole point of this is that it's not a standard waiting for platforms to adopt it. It's basically just a guidebook of how to, from first principles, do user empowerment of data in the permissionless innovation way without waiting for the platforms to do it, but rather using these imperfect confidential VM tools to add extra functionality like adversarial interoperability to these platforms. You can read a draft manifesto about this. This session's about new Cypherpunk manifestos, so that's submitted for your enjoyment of that. Maybe you enjoy looking at that link and tell me what you think about it. And that's all. Thank you.
question, and yeah.
Yeah.
Can you shout
You
your
can
question?
shout and I'll repeat the question.
So what heuristics are you using for the feedlings in order to capture the complexity of our psychology and be able to determine like what's a healthy video or unhealthy video?
Yeah, absolutely. That's such a great question. So the question is, what heuristics are we using for this feedling example? So, your pet is fed something, and this is ostensibly about healthy versus unhealthy. So, what's the heuristic that we put there? The main answer that I would give to that is two parts. So the first one is that the point of this isn't really just to say this is healthy or something else is unhealthy. Like, who are we to be able to make that judgment? So it's far more just thematic. Like, if you watch a video about fire in some way, then there's a bunch of attributes that the thing can take on. So it's not really meant to be prescriptive and say this is healthy or not healthy, but really like here's an interpretive feedback. So the value of it is surfacing the insight to you. Like, it essentially gives you, like, other forms that this would be might be a little bit more dull, like just here's several topics that you've watched. So it's not meant to be specifically healthy or unhealthy, but rather reveal trends to you in a way that you might not have thought about it, so you receive this feedback in a different way, and it makes a different impression on you and can affect your behavior that way. I think the specifics of this aren't so important as being able to create the plug-in point where others of these could be. So, lots of people can have different, I expect this is like an area where a lot of people will dream up way more interesting ways of particularly processing it. So, you would be wanting to run scripts that you find in a community repository of interesting scripts that other people have liked and upvoted. I think really the important thing is being able to have this attachment point. Like, once you have this repository, your personal data pod of your own watch history, you now have the ability to delegate it to different apps of your choice. So this should be the new area of, like, I think we should think of this as like smart contracts, but it's now smart contracts not for digital assets. It's smart contracts for everything else, including all of the other accounts you would think of as Web2 accounts that you're connected to. The same kind of low barrier to entry of writing smart contracts that was so exciting in Ethereum and beyond, right? We should have that same level of low barrier to entry to, overlay views of this data, even in the non-financial data. Yeah.
Thank
you.
you.
You want one more real quick? Sure.
Yeah, so usually, like, if I'm scrolling TikTok, it's very like geo-focused, and so the content I get is like very focused to the physical location I'm in. Now, my understanding is that I'm accessing a browser, a TikTok running in a browser, running in a team which I'm accessing, and so if I'm running that, the computers, like whatever, like data center providers, I really only have 6 options, like East One or Tokyo, whatever. So if I'm staying in like a different place where you don't have a data center, then how do I get the localized experience?
Yeah, this question about if the data center is different than the location you normally view TikTok from, then you might get a different kind of visualization there. The main point that I would just say kind of glibly is that everyone uses VPNs to watch TikTok, especially outside the United States. And so where your IP comes from doesn't actually have anything to do with where the processor originates. So I would say it's actually the predominant way of using this would be to route the traffic back through the user's own IP address. And you have some flexibility to put your IP address wherever you need it to be using VPNs. And lastly, this wasn't exactly what you were asking, but another app that I didn't show called Peeker is basically about being able to delegate your For You page so that someone else can see what you would see. Like, so you could be watching TikTok through someone else's For You page. I would be really interested to see what Vitalik's Twitter feed looks like, because he spends a lot of time on Twitter, and everyone's Twitter looks different.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Thank you for the questions.
Shall I read
Thank
the
you,
clicker?
that was amazing. So next up, we will have an amazing panel with 3 speakers and moderated by our amazing moderator, Dylan from Fala Network. So the next panel will be titled Encrypted by Design, the future of Encrypted by Design, the future of private computation. Our speakers, Martin Leclerc, Developer Relations of iExec, Mate Yanez, Head of Partnerships, Oasis, Maikira Quintin Collins, CEO of Stoffel Labs, and Hashcloak, moderated by Dylan Callaway, Developer Relations at Fala Network. Without further ado, let's welcome them on stage.
Where are we sitting?
Anywhere is good. Yeah, thank you so much for everyone being here as well.
Let's go here, Mark.
Also, by the way, just so that everyone knows, the cameras are that way, and also the cameras are right over there, just so that
really?
you understand your profile. Okay, so, yeah, that's exactly. All right, well, welcome everyone. I've been like really waiting on this for weeks now, and I can't wait to be here. Actually, I wanted to start off with a little story. Actually, the first TEE I tried to deploy on was actually on iExec, and I was like scrolling through Red Hat and like IBM, and just to see all the different like TEE options. And I remember like 2 years ago, it was so confusing, and just like understanding what the tech was doing, what it delivered, and what were the promises. And so,
but it was 2 years ago. Now it's easy.
And now it's different, right? It's totally different. And you heard from Andrew, who is an expert in this stuff, really kind of break down the applicable usage of this stuff. But like we're going to really break down in this talk what the technicals are, right? So the first question is, each of you work with all of the core components of your protocol. You know all of the ins and outs. I want to hear it from your guys' perspective on exactly what it is that you are defending against. Because we're building confidential compute, but maybe we have a different prerogative as far as what it is that we're trying to anonymize. Is that shaping the way that you guys are building on-prem AI? Is it your customer? Is their perception of confidential AI the way that you're building TEE, or does it have nothing to do with their requests and has more to do with best security practices that you guys are still sort of focused on? And I would love if you want to take that question first, if you want to take a stab at it.
It's a bit of both. The customer comes with their set of like non-negotiables, but then they also come with more questions. Like they don't know like the differences between these different texts, like MPCTs. We just tweet about them, but a lot of people, they just have a preconceived notion, so they come with like extra questions. So obviously we try to take into account like their concerns and requirements, but then we also have to be opinionated about like what we offer them, and be honest if like we don't offer them exactly what they want. So yeah, that's how we kind of approach that. In like terms of specifics, they usually just come and say like, hey, we don't want like random people being able to access our data. And you talk to them, it's like, what does that mean? And then they say like decentralized, and they add all these buzzwords. It's like you have to talk to them over a long time to actually understand what they mean. But usually it comes down to like the triad, which comes from like very basic cryptography of like confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And they want to be able to keep the data confidential from like outside observers, while also being able to say like this is the data, it hasn't been changed, it stayed the same, and they want certain guarantees on the uptime of being able to access that data, and so we try our best to build towards those group requirements in a setting that makes sense for our customers.
Wow, yeah, that's a lot to think about. That's like a lot. That's like multidimensional on how many things so it's like very customer focused. Yeah. That's key. And how about you guys? Like from a customer angle, like how do you get your feedback for TEE development? I think that's a great way of putting it.
Okay, how we get the feedback from the TEE? So it's a quite complex technology, so we've got a lot of feedback, but we keep improving, and that's cool because we are improving the process, but in the same time, the technology is improving too. Like we used to work with SGX, like 2 years ago when you tried iExec TEs, it was on SGX, but now we are shifting on TDX, Trusted Domain Extension, and it's become way more powerful, and a lot of barrier we add just for like now it's become really easy to, for who don't know TDX, you can now run an entire VM in the enclave. So basically you've got endless possibilities, and feedback, how we get feedback, it's by testing, and like we sponsored a lot of hackathon. We sponsored is from I think three weeks ago, and that's crazy how you see how we are improving our process and our technology, our documentation. The technology is improving, and it's become more and more easy to do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, feedback is so important, but through the hackathons, I think that's a really great way of just getting the immediate feedback there. But
maybe I can build here. So I'm Matej, head of partnerships at Oasis, and I'm more on the commercial side, so I'm not that technical. But due to the nature of our tech stack, we need to be pretty technical, even on the BD side, right? And I would say, in terms of the product itself, right, around these, we're pretty opinionated, right? Because as sorry, how pronounce your name? Mikera, sorry. We need, people usually don't know what they really want when they come to us, right? And in terms of verifiability, trustlessness, we know where we want to be, right? There's a big focus on, reproducible builds, the continuous attestations, and the user usually doesn't know what they want. They want it to be decentralized, they want it to be verifiable, they want it to be confidential, and this is where we strive more towards enabling a great developer experience while being very opinionated around our TE framework, right? And it's not just TEs with us, there's a combination, but we can get into that later. Yeah, but it's actually quite opinionated on our side.
Perfect, yeah, you wanted to add
question.
on.
What do you mean when you say they don't really want what they want? Because we are solving something clear with TE. Usually, builders are coming because they need privacy in their process.
Yeah, they know that, right? But how to implement that, they don't really know. At least from our experience, right? How to have continuous attestations, how to have the reproducibility of those builds to actually know that if the attestation is valid, there is just a check mark, right? So around that, we're pretty opinionated how we want to enable it, right? But yeah, they know they want something, some confidential compute that's also verifiable, right? But this is where usually their kind of idea ends, at least in our perspective.
On top of that, on the confidential compute part, the previous panels, they discussed a lot of MPC and also like ZK, and we have all TEE sort of here today. I'm with Fala. We're also doing TDX in the cloud as well. But like it comes with its own trade-offs, obviously. And so no one's really happy with just like one only and being a maximalist on one only. It seems like there's like a really nice benefit to doing using all of them for some specific use case, obviously. But how do you design your sort of mainly the cryptographic stack from what you hear from the tech side, from what you're actually doing? How are you kind of choosing to optimize on the cryptography? Because it seems like because of the SGX and the TDX attack, that was yet a cryptographic mistake. So the whole TEE dot fail. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Not really.
Not really?
Not really. I mean, it was by design in 2022, right? It was. I think that the mistake was in the implementation of the protocols, right? Because they didn't see that the SGX v2 had deterministic memory, right? And that enabled the hack, right? So I think it's not necessarily. I mean, for Intel, this was out of scope, right? For the use cases that they had. So it's not really, I would say, an exploit. And we, at least at Oasis, we mitigated that with, we basically overuse a combination of MPC and TE, right? So our key manager is, let's say, sort of like a custom MPC scheme, right? Where the keys are not derived from the TEs. So we weren't really, we didn't have any outage or break or any breaks of our enclaves with the TE fail attacks. Yeah.
Yeah, neither did we. But that's not necessarily the problem, right? Because it's still non-deterministic. You have a physical device, and then you can still break into it with less than $1,000 of hardware, and there's a breach that could occur. So how do you stress about this?
No, everybody heard about this FUD about breaking TEs, but that's crazy. You will need to access the hardware, but so it means you will need, if you are distributed and using AWS, Azure, stuff like that, you need to go in the server, don't access to the machine, don't break the BIOS, stuff like that. That's basically impossible, and that's crazy, this FUD, because it was pretty funny. I think it's more business stuff like, TE is shit, but no, TE got some...
I think it was presented a little bit more bombastic than it really was. I mean, of course, if you have decentralized nodes and anybody can run their own TE hardware at home and they're a malicious node, right, they don't need to even break into a server, right? But I think with the initiative of proof of cloud, they're looking to.
Yeah, but you
or
can
we're
manage
looking to-
who.
Of course,
You
of
can
course. You
manage
can
your other
whitelist. You can
who.
whitelist who do you allow.
That's the composability aspect of it, because
yeah.
there's even like Secret and everyone else is going into proof of cloud, and I think there's a lot of people and teams here that are discussing this new way of doing the booting up process and the signing of the actual hardware, and as well as like how does the technician even go in to the server. But like,
I mean, it's not just
still
physical,
your
it's
responsibility
yeah.
to mitigate the attack, though.
Of course, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
like they're gonna just like wave it off and say like it's your problem. So I know you didn't get really a chance to kind of talk about how you
for
want
us, like, it really, the way we've built our tech stack is it's really dependent on how our customers deploy it. We're mainly focused on MPC, but we like implement our tech stack with the understanding that for a production system, you'll run it inside of a TE, either through like SGX or with TDX or something like that. So for us, like it didn't really affect our plans or how we build. It's more like, okay, we need more documentation, we need more education. We just need to be a bit more mindful and careful about how we present ourselves and present what we've built to our customers, basically.
So the whole splitting of the responsibility, the composability, and then enabling your infrastructure so that it is just in general just defensive in depth. And I think in terms of the whole where's the key and where's the server is really the key problem here. And we wanted to ask, like, in a world really where it's like where keys and secrets are split across potentially multiple parties and companies, what is the most underestimated cryptographic or even human risk that you see emerging that you need to start solving now? Because in the schemes of multi-party computation and even with FHE and ZK, the people who are experts in these domains need the advice and secure advice from others in terms of how they actually will interop these two different schemes together if they're going to ever build like perfect privacy or perfect anonymity or something. So what in your guys' heads, when are you worried about anything that teams are building on today that they're not necessarily solving the human problem?
OVH, potentially.
OVH?
Yeah, so there's a recent backup issue that happened with Integrity, which is a confidentiality network on Polkadot. And if I understand correctly, they had some scheduled maintenance for their network. And in the middle of the scheduled maintenance, some OVH person sort of did their own scheduled maintenance for the actual machine that they were using for the keys. And if I understand correctly, there is an issue on the machine itself, and they didn't alert the team that this had happened.
But I think there was a design flaw there because they tied the key to the exact motherboard. I think instead of having a key manager handling that, right? If you're relying on exactly on that hardware, right, and the hardware burns down, even if there wouldn't be OVH, an unplanned maintenance, they would still get locked out of that chip, right?
Yeah, but there's whenever I pay for cloud services, they should tell me if they're going to be doing some maintenance and if something goes wrong during that maintenance.
I mean,
and
I think you shouldn't rely that much on hardware. That's why we're using MPC for that key distribution, right? So you can change the committee, right? Let's say an entity goes rogue, right? You want to get them out of the committee, right? You want to kind of out of the compute committee or the key manager committee, right? You want to have that kind of credibility because the system is dynamic, right? Maybe you can trust somebody now, but maybe you can't in a year, right? We can see with the KOLs on X how that works, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a human problem of communication, I would say.
I'd say
And
it
even
was protocol
education,
design.
going back to the previous point of perhaps in the ideal deployment, they shouldn't have had the key tied to the hardware. But if it's a production running system, what can you do? You can only plan for it.
I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. People think that if they slap on TEs, then it's all good and things work, right? It's not enough, right? That's the thing, at least from our perspective, right? That's why we have such an opinionated stack that is like an enhanced TE solution, right? That doesn't rely solely on TEs. TEs are very usable, right? For the use cases that we have now, they're the most usable PET, right? Privacy enhancing tech, with its drawbacks, and you need to understand those drawbacks and mitigate them to your best ability, right? And that's it. And that's why I think the fallacy is, just put in a TE and you're good, is where the problem lies with the majority of these TE problems, right?
But I think everybody realized that like you need now to combine, like it's why there is hybrid pets. You need to combine. We are working at IXEC to add ZK proof for the remote attestation and lower the price when you are storing it on chain. And but about the mitigation, the possible mitigation of this problem, you can as well have different vendor, like not rely on one kind of machine vendor and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess we also have to realize that like a lot of the teams building are startups. And you know, some of them get perks for using certain providers over others, and like it just comes down to like human and social issues for the choices that we make for the tech stacks that we use. Right, it's less about the tech and more about the human aspect. So yeah.
But I can tell you from the BD perspective, right? When I'm talking to these new projects, right? And everybody's, then, I can just use, Google attestations, Google TDX, and then GCP attestations, or AWS and their attestations. It's like, it's super easy, right? We can do it, we can do this ourselves, we don't need that tech stack. And while you've been building this, for years now, and you have, you thought about all the possible edge cases and the mitigations for it. So I would really like to see the space, follow the ethos that used to be, building Legos, and building on top of each other, instead of everybody trying to reinvent, the wheel by themselves. And this, I think in DeFi we saw this, maybe even too much, with all the looping happening. And then 500 million is collateralized with 50 million. But in terms of the tech stack, I would love to see more building on top of each other.
Let's talk about that layering really quick. And I think we can all have our quick little hot takes on what that should and shouldn't be. And I think on a user's perspective, if you're going to be ultimately controlling some kind of policy on behalf of the user, and we're all decentralized thinkers out here, so I'm thinking, like, what's trust if you have it in a TEE? And then what are the ways that you can enable trustlessness, or zero trust in that environment if you're going to have AI, which is going to be the consumer-facing product, as that is the statistic now. It's like I think 95% of all consumer electronics will eventually be artificially intelligent in some way. But if it's a policy that it's under and it's using your data and it's some kind of governance, how do you guys think about policy in relation to AI with TEE, or even potentially these solutions with them? Yeah, you wanted to...
Yeah, about that, I think it's, everybody has its own technology, but regarding IXEC, we've got a specific tool called Data Protector because we are combining DCC, TEE with blockchain. And with blockchain, we can set some governance rules, tokenization stuff. So basically, you can protect the data, then drop it in the TEE, be computed by an application that someone owns, and there is some governance rules. So you can you know exactly who is using your data from the end to end, and who is using the data, with which application, and how, and which worker, etc. So we've got I think a pretty cool policy management at IXEC with our tool.
I haven't heard that before.
It was a promotion time, sorry.
No, I mean, it's good. Yeah, everybody has different use cases. For us, it was like the recent example of Talos, which is like this autonomous agent framework that's built on Arbitrum, and the main agent is deployed within our tech stack, right? And how they're doing it, you have continuous, policy updates are all written on chain. So you can have a whole, history of what's being done, and we also implemented for them like a multi-sig control where for any update of the code, right, there needs to be 4 or 5 signers to be able to upgrade the code of the agent, like completely autonomous, like AGI, ASI, whatever. Updating itself, I don't think we're there yet. Right now, everything is still in some shape or form, Do
you guys agree? Do you think we're getting closer, or are we nowhere near that right now?
I don't know.
Let's hear.
I don't know. Are we close to AGI? I don't know.
No, not even AGI, just autonomous, trust-based
that's AGI.
AI.
Yeah. I mean,
versus trustless-based
No, the
AI.
thing is that with TEs, you always have admins, right? And for
with
that
any
admin...
tech, you always have, like, admins.
Well,
like,
sorry?
With any
Yeah, exactly. But here specifically, you need admins, and when will the agent be its own admin that will change its own policies?
Yeah.
I don't see that happening quickly because basically, I mean, you can do that. Obviously, you can relinquish control and just let it rip and see what happens, right? But if we're mostly focused on DeFi, right, and DeFi agents. I don't know who's going to be willing to put money in self.
I mean, people do it all the time. Like we did just the other week, some guy was just like, yeah, like our money was being managed by some money managers, and we lost $90 million.
Of course. No, but that's different. They thought the money manager, the risk partners or the risk managers were good, right? But imagine you put money in a wallet of an agent that doesn't have an admin, right? So it can do whatever it wants. It upgrades itself, right? And you don't know which way it's going to go, right? So I imagine, like with the risk managers, people thought they know how to manage risk, so it's going to be profitable, right? With having an agent be upgrading itself, I don't know.
That's right, and so that gets us into our final question, which I know what time is up, but I did wanted to ask, what is censorship then? Because if it's going to be on its own versus being controlled by the admin, or there is a policy that's being,
I think there needs to be transparency over governance, right? You can have time delays on upgrades, multi-sig upgrades, all of that, right? And that's the transparency you get, and then you can vote with your money. Like very specifically, this is for like DeFi agents or something like that, right? I see the most use case right here. But in terms of censorship, yeah, you can see it. It's happening across the space. I don't know how it's going to affect our space, but yeah, depends project to project.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, and I wish we can go longer on some of these topics and these questions, but it was a pleasure seeing and meeting all of you, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
How are we doing? We are not done yet. We have still a few more sessions going on. So the next session is very interesting, titled Infrastructure at the Speed of Light. We have a great keynote prepared for you and also very interesting panel. And of course, when we talk about speed of light, we have to touch the aspects of what is happening in the hardware and the silicon. So I'm very happy to introduce Quintus, who is a researcher at Flashbots, and he's been working on an initiative called Trusted Execution Environments, which I think is very, very cool direction, because especially in the recent lights of several attacks we have seen in the space regarding TEs, it's great to see that we are trying to push the boundaries on what can be done with a trusted silicon. And Quintus is the right person to give a talk about orchestration, what can actually be achieved with respect to the trusted silicon in the direction of trade-offs between security and usability, but definitely he will be the one telling more about it. And afterwards, we have an interesting panel trying to see how usability can be achieved using different type of approaches with different type of trust assumptions. So with that, I would like to give warm hand to Quintus, who will dive into his keynote.
Thanks, boss.
Yes.
Can I firstly say that this is a super cool stage to be standing on. I'm very privileged to be here. So the sort of instructions for the talk today were to talk about something frontier, big problems. And so I thought I'd talk about an aspect of what I do that I don't usually talk about because it's a little bit more abstract and speculative, but here you guys are with me. So the idea of trusted execution environments, we've all heard. I'm not going to explain it. Too many talks on this already. Well, not too many, but a very adequate number. So as we can tell by the number of talks, TEs are becoming increasingly popular. They're being used by many of the big names we know, many of the most exciting startups, and there's good reason for this. And one of the reasons is that TEs are way more performant than sort of alternative security technologies. And there's a sort of a variety of different, I think where the mics are going. Yeah, okay. There's a variety of different use cases people use. We've just heard a panel talking about the AI stuff. I don't really need to get into this too much. T's are very exciting. I think maybe the one thing to mention here, and I'll say it again in a second, is that secure hardware is more important, or is important outside of the purely private privacy use cases that we think about, right? So sensors are really important. Like the C2PA standards have come out. We need some way to deal with the fact that generative models are becoming very, very good, and we need to distinguish data that is generated by actual sensors and data that is fabricated. Similarly, we might want to have some attestations telling us where the data is going, right? If you have some security camera watching you, you want to know, is that data being processed locally, or is it being sent off to some government, or something like that. But I don't want to spend too much time on this. Again, as we've heard a bunch of today, TEEs are full of holes. There's many sort of criticisms you can make of TEEs and TEE security in the supply chain, in bugs that are probably there because the trust assumptions haven't really been tested under a properly open environment. Just like bad security trade-offs that have been made to cater for like GDPR tick box exercises as opposed to sort of catering for the threat model that we care about in this room. And I think all of this is sort of addressable, and that's why I've been working on, as Philip said, on this like trustless TE initiative, and I'm busy working on sort of establishing a secure, open, and verified silicon, or a trustless TE, as the meme goes. And so this is all very exciting, and usually I spend these talks motivating to people why I think we can achieve something and how we can do it. But one of the ideas I don't get to talk about so much is one of the particular motivations that sort of depends on my extrapolation into the future. So, the standard answers that I have to give to usually like very angry cryptographers or purist cypherpunks, who typically come around quite quickly, but they'll say, how can you spend $1 or a minute thinking about improving secure hardware when really you could be working on these are pure technologies like MPC, these things that are given to us by math and not this dirty physics, or trust assumptions maybe. And I have various standard answers. Some of them are about like pointing out the ways in which it's feasible to address these concerns, but also just, the use cases are different. I was talking about sensors before, about cameras. MPC can't really like do anything for those use cases. Collusion attacks, as we see in MPC deployments today already, a lot of the cryptographic protocols that give us some form of privacy, or even just I think I'll stop at privacy, are subject to collusive attacks that are often undetectable, typically undetectable, and we need some way to defend against them, and existing MPC deployments do use TEs to protect against these kinds of attacks. And then one of the most practical reasons that we see TEs being used instead of these technologies is performance differences. And this is an interesting one to talk about, because I get really annoyed with FHE people, usually the FHE camp, where they'll say, TEs are these ugly things, FHE is pure, and it has so much better security, but really what's happening is you're comparing FHE from 5-10 years in the future with the existing secure hardware today, which is not a fair comparison. But then, in the same vein, I can't go and say, well, FHE is so slow today, TEs are so fast, TEs are useful for these use cases. So I want to talk about a bit about the role of performance, and in particular latency, as we go forward, and there continues to be progress on both of these kinds of technologies. So if there's a cryptographer in the room, I added the word caricature so you can't shout at me, but maybe here's one sort of description of what an FHE-based system looks like. I didn't even describe the use case. It's just like a vibes-based description to point out that there's sort of like two origins of latency overhead that come in, the other kinds of overhead as well. One is the computational overhead of doing like FHE computations, and the other is communication delays, because usually we need some sort of a threshold honesty assumption to you need to put the decryption keys somewhere, basically. But thinking into the future, these can actually be made to go away, right? On the computational overhead, the algorithms keep improving. People are producing hardware to accelerate this. I know some of them very well, and it looks very promising. And the timelines actually look better than what we expect. Similarly, on the sort of communication overhead side of things, there's always these sort of out of the blue and sometimes even just incremental but rapid improvements in cryptography, which means that we don't need to necessarily rely on the threshold assumptions. And I've already spent more than my 10 minutes that I wanted to, so I'll just fly through this. Basically, cryptography can get way faster. So this begs the question, or this asks the question, will this latency gap be closed? Does it make sense to invest in hardware when perhaps in 3-5 years' time, when the hardware is ready, already some of the cryptography is caught up? And really to ask this question, we need to define what this latency gap is. What does it mean for crypto to catch up to hardware? And I think one useful point to start thinking about this is to look at the high-frequency trading world, and I'll make the connection in a second. So high-frequency trading, as the name suggests, is at a high frequency. And the sort of the chart on the right is just telling you they got really, really fast. And the reason for this is because there are very large economic incentives that have pushed these companies to really remove latency at every possible part of the system to be able to make enormous amounts of money. And that's the traditional finance world, but we actually see the same thing happening in the crypto space, where this is from the Ethereum block building world. And basically what's happening here is users are sending their data to intermediaries. Ideally, these intermediaries keep the data private through technical means, and Flashbots is busy here with TE-based solutions. And then these agents sort of participate in an economic system, in this case an auction, on behalf of the users. And what we see happening is that the economic incentives have driven these intermediaries, these block builders, to hyper-optimize, or optimize, hyper, I don't know, subjective, to optimize for latency. And it looks a lot like the HFT world we've seen before, and obviously there's a lot of nuance, but I'll leave that aside. But that's like the specific trading scenario. It sounds like arbitrage, and we're interested in broader use cases than simply finance, right? But actually, if you look at sort of the web design world, there's also a lot of sort of science and research and just qualitative observations that latency is really, really important. And maybe one difference here is that when humans can only perceive latency above 100 milliseconds. And so there's sort of a natural stopping point. If you can get the website served within 100 milliseconds, get the responsiveness there, then you can stop. But this is changing. Right? With the AI revolution, as we might call it, more and more of the activities that have usually been human are being relegated or delegated to these mechanical agents acting on our behalf. And I won't talk about these because I'm running out of time, but if you just imagine this world where a lot of the economic interactions that humans usually participate in, and if you're in this crypto space, you know that very many of our interactions actually are economic by nature, even if they aren't explicitly financial. Very many of these will now be done by machines. And so to basically make the point that I want to make, machines perceive latency way more sensitively than humans. Humans will be less and less involved in many of the coordination as we delegate this to machines. Machines will therefore participate in much more complex markets. Markets are very sensitive to latency, and like we said, markets are very prolific and actually are all around us. And the conclusion here is that high latency will be punished in many, many settings. And the implication there, I guess the second implication, is that we need to make sure that we provide privacy or security primitives for this low latency environment as well. Of course, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't invest in more robust solutions for higher latency settings, That's also very important, and we all know that. But this is sort of my justification for why we shouldn't ignore these corners, and why trying to close that gap between where crypto is and where the fastest, lower overhead technology is a very hard problem, because the benchmark keeps moving. And yeah, like I said, I'm working on the Trustless TE initiative. I thought I'd give you a QR code so you can learn more if you wanted to. Thank you, everyone.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'm happy to introduce and welcome our two panelists coming on stage, Orest from T1 and Shrest from Pod Network, who just landed a few minutes ago. And feel free to take a seat.
Wow.
And the title of the panel itself is focusing on how can we build usable infra for a trustless world. So this is, I think, a very hot topic nowadays with respect to focusing on usability. I'm very glad to have pioneers with us that are bringing very novel use case, still very young projects, but very ambitious with respect to the mission they try to achieve. So with that, I would like to ask you to just briefly introduce yourself, and then we can dive into the other aspects of the discussion. Maybe we can start with you, Orest, if you can briefly introduce yourself and T1 protocol.
Sure. My name is Orest. I'm a computer scientist, and we actually all share the same alma mater of the TUM in Munich. Woo! So very happy to be here. I have a background in computer science. I founded a non-crypto startup some 10 years ago, and another one a couple of years later, and then worked at Scroll, trying to bring scalability to the Ethereum ecosystem, and stemming or coming from this vision of using ZK for that, and then finding out, oh shit, liquidity gets fragmented, and ZK, no matter how much faster it becomes, will always be so much slower, by orders of magnitude slower than native compute. And this basically breaks this very cool feature of blockchains, which is composability, which is the ability to, in a fast way, low latency way, I guess what Quintus hinted at as well, like very important for DeFi, in a fast way, use the output of one piece of software as input of another one without having to have coordinated in the first place. So kind of the Linux CLI angle of having one very specialized tool to do the job, but in a way where it's very easy to combine 50 of such tools without them having to know about one another. And so at T1, my new startup, we are trying to solve exactly that, and we are trying to do so with trusted execution environments, enhanced with deterministic re-execution towards consensus and crypto economic security to back that up. I know consensus will be a big deal tonight. And reinforced further with zero-knowledge proofs in order to prevent an economic ceiling of the crypto economic stake.
Very interesting mixture of privacy-enhancing technologies that, in this context, actually can really aim to provide good usability to users. I would also like to ask Shrest, of course, for the introduction of his project, and of course, you can make it as extensive as Orest did.
Thanks, Orest. Thanks, Philippe, for organizing this. I'm Shrest. I'm the CEO of Pod Network. I'm a builder by heart. You know, I started coding very early, then have been kind of early user of crypto. I started in DeFi, got into smart contracts, and kind of went down the stack, understood cryptography protocols. And during this journey, I kind of learned how it's quite difficult to build protocols that can compete with real-world applications. So building Web3 applications that have the UX of existing Web2 application. I mean, you go to Google, you type something, you press enter, and it's there. You don't even feel the reaction, right? While if you've used existing Web3 applications, you know how difficult it is, how many number of steps you have to do. And yeah,
no worries, no one uses them anyway.
but that's what we want to change, right? We want to build infrastructure that allows people to build applications that can scale to the internet size while also keeping the UX comparable. Because I feel that one of the key reasons why Web3 hasn't got that adoption that we want is like there is so much additional overhead and cost, while the benefits do not start to kind of compound over. So we need to get to that inflection point where it starts making sense. And I guess T1 is doing part of it with composability and using TEs to kind of speed run before even the cryptography hits. And Pod is taking a completely kind of new design, and we're going to talk more about it. But the way I like to think about it is, if I'm paying for a coffee in Argentina, somebody paying for a coffee in US should not have to wait. And somehow today's blockchain, they synchronize everything, like everybody waits for everybody else. And of course, that will lead to queuing and make things slow. Yeah, and Pod is building this in an asynchronous way, and I'm happy to tell more about it later in the discussion.
Sounds great. So I think usability, I have heard multiple times. It's also part of the title. I will just be happy if you can align on what is your definition of usability. Feel free to start, whoever who wants.
Well, I guess one thing is user experience, UX. I'm not sure where the border to usability is, but I think what we align on is we are kind of eyeing.
You don't have to align. It can be,
It can be completely against that.
Yes.
So I guess what we care about,
yeah,
and not just Shrest and me, but most people in the ecosystem, is to enable use cases such as paying for coffee on-chain. And clearly, there's certain benefits and certain drawbacks depending on how you structure this. One way could be universal synchronous composability. Every coffee payment is synchronously and atomically composable with every other one. This clearly will lead to huge delays and doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But this is something that seems to be very popular nowadays as a starting point because it makes DevX easier. Now, the other version that you can think of could be, well, let's make the UX better by having super low latency and by having some sort of maybe pre-authorization, like a Visa-like system. And there you could say, well, this is so much removed from the crypto ethos, and you have reversibility, and you don't know where consensus, blah, blah, blah. And so I think what, again, Quintus, I think, hinted at, what level of latency is even perceivable to the human might be a good guidance to look for what a good user experience might be.
So one of the things that come to my mind immediately is, we say in our manifesto, we'll be successful when 1 billion people are using us without knowing it. And I feel like the success story of crypto is going to be when people don't know it's behind, the Web3 is behind. To be frankly, honest, it's a glorified database. It's a global database that everybody wants to talk to. And you don't really know what database does Facebook use or Google use or any of those applications. So the more hidden we are, the better we have done at building that UX. So the way I would think about it is if somebody in Nigeria opens a market and trades against somebody in China on the same level without them knowing at all about the frictions of addresses and onboarding and on-ramping and off-ramping and all of that stuff, it's completely hidden. You just go, you log into the system, you start interacting with it as if you would interact with anything that's already out there and do much more than what you can do today, even in the UX. Everything else is just kind of hidden behind.
But unfortunately, trading is one of those use cases that actually do benefit and kind of require universal synchronous composability, because everyone's trade.
I feel like composability and the synchronous composability, as a technical terms, you and me understand. But from UX, it's really, if applications can talk to each other and do things, that's all it matters, right? It's not really up to the user to kind of feel whether it's synchronous or not, as long as the applications can kind of
the user cares about being able to buy the thing and being able to buy the thing cheaply.
Exactly.
And having those two is very difficult in a global way. This is why we have many markets and we have spreads and inefficiencies and delays. Because this actually is a difficult thing.
Agreed. I mean, systems don't talk to each other. Even traditional systems like payment systems, they are not composable. And that leads to a lot of fragmentation, right? All of the traditional systems, half of the thing is they don't interact. And Web3 is one of the key things it brings is this being able to just compose things together, right? Like you can start a lending protocol that composes with a DEX, which composes with a wallet, which composes with some derivative protocol on top, right?
Yeah, easy. So you get a token on Optimism, then you send a composable message via the L1 to actually use it on Scroll. And mere 7 days later, are you able to use your token on Scroll? Works, right? Not practical at all, though.
Sure.
Maybe on that aspect, I see like very different type of use cases you always have in mind that are kind of driving your focus and your project. It'll be also interesting from what aspect of adoption, like what are some of the use cases you really see that you can unlock with your solutions, and maybe like how does it also later propagate into your product market fit with respect to finding some particular companies, because from your side, it's a little bit sounds fresh that you're actually maybe more focusing on traditional parties that actually are already out there, like more in the Web 2 direction, whereas for Ores, it's like really focusing on this type of DeFi use cases that are very prominent with what am I hearing. We'll be happy to hear your take with respect to your go-to-market and what are some of the use cases you're really excited to unlock. Ores?
Yes, so for me, I am trying to not be this crypto OG kind of computer scientist liking nerding about long-term architectures, and I need to proactively look for it, and instead start from the user perspective. And indeed, one of the use cases nowadays that we are seeing is DeFi and stablecoins and earning yield and literally saving money. And so one go-to-market that I see in a world where you can have fast proving, like enabled real-time proving of existing L2s, and programmability, so not having to have one guy look at what's going on in the different chains and trust them with your funds, but having a programmable trust minimized manner. In a world that has this, that T1 is working towards, one use case would be Philip has 5,000 USDC. He trusts Aave on Optimism. He trusts Aave on Scroll. He trusts Aave on Base. And he just wants to get yield. And so he goes, opens up the three instances, looks at the APY 4, 5, and 6%, and goes with the 6% is, and forgets it. Now, how cool would it be if instead could Philip express that, or like use a product that lets him automatically move between the different Aave instances based on where the yield is higher, automatically without trusting someone not to rack him. This is something that real-time proving and programmability enable.
Super cool. For us, like the long-term vision is to put like as much of human coordination and trust as possible to like kind of trustless systems or systems that are more kind of verifiable trust. But kind of backtracing from there, I think we have two kind of tiers of applications that we are targeting. One is kind of short term in the next 6 months to a year, and some are like more like 5-year scale. On the 6 months to 1 year, our focus is really to show how our architecture, which is providing optimal latency, which means that if your network internet ping time is 100 milliseconds, your transaction is confirmed in 100 milliseconds. How this kind of super latency optimized infrastructure, what is the kind of return that you get, what is the UX that you get out of it. So kind of focusing more on the applications that can benefit from this low latency and high throughput. And
what are those?
Yes, so we are focused on 2 of those. So one is fast markets. As we had the last talk where we were talking about how time is translated basically into money in financial markets, we know that NASDAQ and all of these traditional stock exchanges are hyper optimized, and most of the price discovery happens there. And recently we've seen some of the order books moving on chain with Hyperliquid and so on. We want to show that anybody can launch these markets on chain, on pod, and while still having latencies which are as good as it can get while still being fair and open. So when you trade on today's like stock market, you're always having a worse price than the trader that's sitting next to the trade market, next to the exchange. While with pod and markets running on pod, anybody across the world who has a good internet connection will have equal access while still the market's being fast enough. So this has just not been possible before, and I think we are quite excited about that.
Why isn't the floor the round trip around the world, though? Like, how can you have a globally, I guess, attractive latency versus a co-located, like data center co-located high-frequency trading box?
Yeah, so you could definitely have like a server running on a single machine and then have people co-locate there, but then you're trusting the server, and the server can just decide to not include your trades or include it in whatever order it wants to. And this is all we're fighting, right? We're fighting to build systems which are fair and open. And what that would mean is you have to kind of distribute this trust across a set of nodes which are geolocated, and then you want to find out what's the best you can do when you don't have a trust on a single machine. And basically what pod does is you can have a geolocated node while your kind of latency to confirmation is bounded by the, let's say, the 2/3 slowest node in the network, which could be like 100, 150 milliseconds.
So it's basically an alternative to, I guess, slowing down the market to the blink of an eye. Like, do you know that paper? Like slowing down high frequency to like frequent batching or something?
Exactly. We do a lot of batch auctions, and that allows us to build efficient market structures. But I don't know, maybe we're going out of time for this question, but I can keep. So the second thing, we're very focused on payments, and on the long term, we want to go into like governance, voting, and like other use cases that we have in mind. Yeah.
Sounds great. I think like a lot of interesting use cases to think about, because it still will enable the seamlessness, right, with respect to using your applications, your approaches. And I think we would like to a little bit dive into some of the technical components on actually how is this being unlocked. So from you, Shrest, we have here the aspect of consensus-less approach, very spicy when you look at it, because many of the current solutions always rely on consensus. And for yours, we heard like a combination of TEs and ZK. So I'll be happy to actually hear what is some of the innovation and technology that actually you are using in your particular solutions that are enabling this future generation of solutions out there. Shrest, maybe?
Sounds good. Thank you. So if you look at kind of the evolution of blockchains, right, like starting from Bitcoin, it feels like we've just extrapolated. We took Bitcoin and we said, let's put an execution on top. Okay, the execution is slow. Oh, maybe the proof of work is taking a lot of energy. Let's replace it with something like proof of stake. And then, okay, what's the next problem? And we just kind of extrapolate from there. And for us, like, we were not looking to build a new network. We were looking to solve how to build auctions fast in a decentralized way. And then we realized that you could come up with an architecture where you don't need a lot of machinery that blockchains use today. In particular, you don't need to have this global synchronization, which we refer to as consensus. And we kind of went down this rabbit hole, and we came up with a very simple protocol that makes this trade-off of not having consensus. I want to just kind of give a little bit of overview of what consensus is to people who might be new to it. So you can think of blockchains and consensus today as like a pipe, and you have transactions coming in, and what it does is it orders every transaction. So every transaction gets an index. This is transaction 1, this is transaction 2, transaction 3, transaction 4, and so on. Now, if you have to order a lot of these transactions coming across the world, you will immediately have like a bottleneck. If you're a software engineer, you work on traditional databases and so on, you might have heard of locks. So if you acquire like a global lock to a table, like you acquire a global lock to a database, every transaction, it will definitely slow down. So it's quite common in the database literature that you should never do that, and it's obvious, but somehow blockchain world kind of...
they know better.
Yeah, exactly. we were taking back from there, and then we said, let's just build a layer which doesn't do that. It doesn't mean you cannot have ordering, right? So this is maybe one of the misconceptions about our tech, which is the base layer doesn't provide any ordering, and this allows you to be very fast. And you can do a lot of applications like payments, auctions, without needing this order. But then the moment you need synchronization, you can build it on top. So you can almost think about like consensus protocol as smart contract on pod, which is kind of a little bit mind-boggling, but then it's like ordering is another kind of dimension of programmability that you get on pod, which allows you to control your MEV, allows you to allows applications to build like custom ordering gadgets that might be more optimized for their applications and so on. Yeah. So, for example, for the CLOB or order book stuff, market stuff that I was talking about, we don't do a FIFO queue. We don't do first in, first out. We do batch auctions, which you hinted on. And there again, the ordering in milliseconds does not matter. Only the set of orders matter. Yeah, so we've made this trade-off, and this has allowed us to achieve like hundreds of thousands of TPS on real systems. And we're quite excited to get something out and people to start playing with it.
Very cool. Yeah, at T1, our vision and our hypothesis is that synchronous composability be too expensive, too impractical in a world where there's big incumbent L2s. So we have Arbitrum 15B, base 15B TVL.
Can I ask you a question? I feel like you use the word synchronous composability, but you've not defined it. I feel like you have a definition. I know it because I've talked with you, but maybe you should like just give a hint on like what synchronous composability is.
So by synchronous, okay, composability, the ability to connect the output to an input without asking and coordinating upfront. Synchronous composability for me is when the output like it's kind of like atomicity. Maybe you can simplify it that way. So in blockchain terms, it would mean that all of the ingredient transactions of such composable meta transaction are happening in one unit of time, and they also fail or succeed together. Whereas asynchronous composability would be working with callbacks, what we know from JavaScript or whatever. That is requesting that something happen on base, and upon this thing's success or failure, would some sort of callback be called with the output, and then would the second leg be called maybe on Arbitrum, and then another callback, and then the third leg on Scroll, whatever. Yes, so we believe that having synchrony in this composability paradigm is too impractical. First of all, for fundamental reasons, like first principles, we don't need, and it doesn't make sense to have the guy paying for coffee in Buenos Aires have synchrony with the guy paying for something somewhere else. But
so
second,
we're aligned on that.
We are, yeah. But second, we believe it to be impossible politically, because big L2s have the 15 billion, have the ecosystems, whatnot, and it just doesn't make sense for them to go the extra mile to allow interoperability and composability, especially with smaller chains. So we built for this world as it is, for the status quo, where we have those big L2s that do not opt in to give up the sequencing rights to one entity, which is a technical requirement for synchronous composability. If you want,
I would like to challenge that, but we could challenge it later.
So again, quick definition by give up, I mean if Arbitrum and base are to be built synchronously such that a transaction either happen or fail together and that they all happen in the same unit of time, you have to have one entity have the ultimate sequencing power for that period.
My claim is you could have a consensus among the two. You could have a consensus among the two, and that would work out, even if you don't have a single entity that runs it.
Well, I guess that's kind of what we have nowadays, right? We use the L1 as settlement, so the L2s build their own sequencing and then put it on the L1, and then we use the L1 to have composability. And it is indeed like composability, but it's just very slow. So in the status quo, we see this big pain point that the user needs to move between chains and change RPCs and bother about liquidity and trust people to move the assets, and even worse, to manage the assets in their stead if they don't want to manually have to open up the different wallets on different networks every day. And so in order to fix that, we run this special reinforced network of TEEs within which we are following the different sequences of the different rollups and allowing T1 users, which is developers, so allowing T1 dApps to request reads to be brought into them from the existing rollups. Or also request writes to happen, request transactions to be put into those chains on a best effort basis. So based on a callback, which may fail or succeed. What you wanted to challenge me on 3 things, I think.
No, we can talk later. But I think you could. I've been thinking about this since your talk last time you gave at Common Prefix offices, and like you could build like a consensus between the sequencers, and you could even run like consensus which can tolerate like up to n-1 failures under synchrony, and then you would be able to like not give up the sequencer right always, but then like just use it time and time just when you want to like do certain things which need. But
yes,
it
so
might end up being slowing down things. So I don't know.
Exactly.
Design
so
choice.
This is basically the trade-off, right?
Choice, yeah.
That you need to either have some sort of way of reaching consensus fast, and if you don't trust one another, you kind of want to have some sort of proof, for instance, a ZK proof.
Right.
This was the original roll-up roadmap.
Right.
Or you trust the other guy, then it's fine, right? Then you can go fast. Or maybe you can have something in between where there's this like super solid canonical bridge into DL1 that's slow, and then there's some sort of economically capped system, and that is where we see T1.
Nice.
Talking about trade-offs, actually, I think we are focusing on the usability from the user perspective, like to really make the mass adoption. But what about the poor developer in the middle that has to use your tools? Like, how do you make their life easier, and what are some of the challenges that you are actually, they think they have to solve? Because it sounds like also that you're actually offering them more opportunities on how to tweak their particular application for the needs, which also means actually they have to know much more details about how the system actually behaves. So I'd be just like happy to also hear your take on how do you ensure usability from the developer perspective as well.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Maybe we keep it slightly shorter.
Yes, I will keep the time in mind. So I feel like building like good DevX is a difficult problem. It takes a lot of time. Ethereum spent like N years now to get to a point where it's like people actually understand how it works. I feel Ethereum and EVM and Solidity are kind of the JavaScript of this smart contract world. It's ugly. We know it's broken. It doesn't work, but people love it. People use it. So at least what we are trying to do is we're trying to be as close as possible. And that's what we call as EVMX. Our architecture itself doesn't constrain us to use any language, but we want to start with something that developers already know. Keep the interface, JSON RPC very similar so that they feel like they're still in the same environment. Also, you get like MetaMask and all the wallets out of the box. So yeah, these are some of the steps we are taking to just make it easy for the developers, and maybe hopefully in future Ethereum EVM will mature, add more features, and the language will become less and less ugly. But for now, it's the JavaScript. We embrace it, and I think we love it, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's ugly. It's, I guess, the quality of this world. Like, it just doesn't make sense, but that's where we are. And now with the, for us, with asynchronous composability, that's even worse, because the developer needs to be unwinding things. It's annoying, and it's terrible, but it seems to be still the optimal trade-off to be making. So what we can do is provide samples, provide documentation, provide education, and try and make things reusable. Try and basically build up on the EVM ecosystem, on the critical mass that there is, basically, and go a bit incrementally. Unfortunately, even though, like you say, it would be cool to start from first principles and then trash certain assumptions.
But we've seen some projects trying first principle on the DevX and not working as well, right? We've seen with Cardano, Move. I mean, they're trying a lot. Maybe it will come pick up, but until then, it's going to be difficult.
Sounds great. So I think we have heard a great journey, a lot of future endeavors, and it seems like that you try to solve the underlying fundamental problems. DevX hopefully will come in the future because it's ugly, but it seems like that the trade-offs that led to building it as it is actually are not as bad. So thanks a lot, Orest. Thanks a lot, Shrest, for the great discussions, and looking forward to having you around again.
Thanks a lot, Philippe. Thanks a lot, everybody, for organizing.
this is Stephanie from the University of Ethereum. Happy to be the MC of the last session of this amazing event. And now let's welcome the first speaker of this session, Jesse Katz, founder of Speech Without Borders. Oh, you don't need it.
Is there a clicker? Slides? Slide clicker?
I don't know. Oh.
Does anyone have a clicker?
I don't have.
We can do this without slides, but I don't have a way to move them.
So
there?
Yeah, I will need the clicker for sure if I have 40 slides.
Thank you, no trouble.
Okay, I'm gonna leave my stuff here, okay?
All right, hello everybody. My name is Jesse Katz. I'm the founder of Speech Without Borders, and I've been building social media infrastructure. That is, I've been building infrastructure to help decentralize social media for the last number of years. This is a passion project, a moral compulsion, something that you do not do for the money. But I care very deeply about free speech, and that's what led me to build in that space. And while doing like routine policy research, you know, really the fun stuff, last summer at Edge Esmeralda, which is a pop-up city that my wife and I travel between these things frequently. A lot of crypto conferences have turned into these longer format pop-up cities where there's room to learn with each other in a less compressed format. And so while I was doing this research on policy, I found that the United States was flirting with a concept I found really compelling, where they talked about a potential shift in foreign policy from imposing democracy around the world to using freedom of speech as a strategic export. And I think what this is related to is Trump's preference to return to a policy of isolationism while not relinquishing an important aspect, maybe the most important aspect of American exceptionalism. And I'm not any kind of a nationalist, but on this one point, I kind of agree. I kind of agree about free speech. And I would love to see it advanced and defended in ways that are less prescriptive and deterministic, right? So if we can spread freedom of speech and leave people to express their preferences and things like modes of governance, I think that would be fantastic. But if we can increase the number of instances where free speech is happening, these experiments in free speech in different jurisdictions around the world, we're gonna reach different outcomes, right? Better and worse, according to different preferences with trade-offs, because there is not one right way to do it. And depending on where civilizations are, you know, on a timeline of development, I don't even want to say ahead or behind, but just like where you started and where you're going, you're going to reach different balancing points between things like, you know, privacy and accountability and free speech. You can't have both of those things maximally at the same time. So what are the trade-offs? But on the theme of today, and thank you again, SpaceComputer, for hosting such a great event. I've heard a lot of fantastic talks. But on the theme of frontiers, I'm thinking, you know, we've been talking a lot about frontier technology, but speech as supportive infrastructure for frontiers is one of these things that, like, you know, in the Industrial Revolution, we turned a lot of natural resources into huge strides forward for humanity, and you know that is something that did not come without cost. But speech is not an optional component of infrastructure if you want to be competitive, and especially internationally. So the logic is really simple. Free speech leads to free thinking. Free thinking leads to innovation. Innovation leads to economic prosperity and human flourishing. Compress that, and free speech equals more money. And governments love revenue, right? So we see this experiment play out around the world with special economic zones. It's very well validated. We don't have to pitch, like, we know that with consumer products and crypto, we can't sell privacy as a product because people aren't buying it, right? They don't value that. They keep telling us that with their dollars and with the choices of the apps that they download. But what we can do is we can give it to them along with better user experiences and set a high watermark than that someone else has to take it away. And people are they're much less likely to want to relinquish something that they already have than to buy something that we're trying to tell them why it's so much better. But when you can point to a place like Dubai and say, look, it turns out, you could say, sure, we can all agree that Sharia law is not that friendly to international business, but they can contain any collateral damage that would be incompatible with their broader society in a special economic zone. And so you can do something like this with speech as well. And this is what I found so compelling, is that you can basically say, we can take speech as a component and tell that to regulators. You say, we are able to prove that you cannot hope to drive innovation and attract foreign investment and economic development if you are moderating and censoring speech to a degree that builders of technology products and services in your country serving users internationally, there's an imbalance between them. If you're a lower common denominator, it's a broken model. And we're finding a very positive reception on this topic. Here in Argentina, there was a nationwide digital sandbox for cryptocurrencies that was led by Millie Santamaria and team, doing a fantastic job with that project out of Crecimiento. Really proud to see what our friends are accomplishing here. And the next thing that they're working on is policy framework for a virtual special economic zone. What is that even? Well, pretty egalitarian in a way that it doesn't privilege people in some areas and against others in terms of like geographically bound constraints. What it means instead is saying like, hey, if you're engaging in certain types of businesses, maybe many of them online or employing technologies, you're on a level playing field, and policies can differ a little bit between, physical reality and more liminal businesses on the internet. So I wanted to mention this in a way of saying that this is supportive infrastructure that I would love to talk to anybody who is building technology that touches on the topics of free speech, privacy, anything that we can support with Speech Without Borders. This is a 501c3 nonprofit. Please reach out and contact me at speechwithoutborders.ngo. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jesse. And researcher at Astro, welcome to the stage.
Oh, here we go. Hello. All right. Hi, everyone. My name's John. I'm founder at a project called Astral. And I'm going to see about getting, here we go. I am founder at a project called Astro and a research affiliate at the University of Maryland. And in the past, I've done a number of other things, including worked for the UK's National Mapping Agency Ordnance Survey. I'm a co-founder of a project called Toucan Protocol, and I once spent a summer as a cliff diver at Denver's favorite Acapulco-themed Mexican restaurant, Casa Bonita. For the past 7 years, I've been really interested in the intersection of the geospatial web and the decentralized web. Over the years, I've built about a dozen different location-based decentralized apps, things like transport systems running on smart contracts, sustainability-linked DeFi protocols, location-based games and social experiences. And over the past 2 years, I've been doing research at the University of Maryland, where we've identified 3 pillars that we see as necessary pieces of functionality for an open and decentralized geospatial web to emerge. These are proof of location, verifiable geocomputation, and peer-to-peer spatial data management systems, which together unlock a wild new range of use cases in Web3. So, far and away, the most complicated and challenging pillar is proof of location, which is what I'm going to talk about today. The reason that this is difficult is because verifying the position and timing of people, devices, infrastructure, any event is really tricky and it's very subjective. So perfect certainty is not possible. It's a probabilistic spectrum that we kind of call the verifiability spectrum. Different use cases have different needs, and different verifiers accept different forms of evidence. So this opens up a really interesting thorny challenge here. On top of that, of course, complexity is at least squared because where I am right now, where I live, my patterns of life in this world are some of my most private pieces of information. So location verification systems built for Web3, they need to have privacy affordances at multiple points along the life cycle of a location proof. So it's quite a thorny challenge. It's a fun design problem. Now, across the web, location verification is ubiquitous, but right now it's unverifiable and illegible. And so I spent a lot of the last 2 years sitting with this puzzle, trying to figure out how is location checked online and how can we surface patterns there. So techniques like GeoIP lookups, GPS chips, network latency pings, near-field chip scans, collecting ambient identifiers like Wi-Fi BSS-IDs or Bluetooth identifiers. All of these are ways for verifying where devices are that are used in location services on mobile devices, on servers, on IoT devices. So our strategy has been to take a holistic view, cataloging these techniques to try to answer an orienting question, which is, on the open web, how can we trust when a claim is made about the location of a person, device, or event? To answer this, we've been building what we call the Astral Location Proof Framework, which is a modular approach to multi-factor location verification to serve the widest range of use cases. The pattern we've identified is, first, a location claim is made, then signals are collected from different proof of location systems. So there's a number of proof of location systems that are kind of out there in the web. Witness Chain is a big one. SpaceComputer is building a really exciting one on their orbital network of TEEs. We're kind of surfacing all of these different forms of evidence and building an open source library of location proof plugins that developers can select as appropriate for their use case depending on the levels of decentralization, the cost of forgery, the privacy affordances. Those are collected and bundled into a set of evidence that we call location stamps. Each location stamp is derived from a single location proof of location system. So when these evidence pieces are bundled together, we stack and compose these stamps on top of each other. Each one makes the proof a little bit harder to forge. That's then processed through an evaluation function, which produces a multi-dimensional assessment of how well the evidence matches the location claim. So we see this location proof as a user-controlled, portable, digital artifact that's useful across blockchains as well as across the centralized web, can be held privately, shared on a server, or published on chain. So this is a new primitive where we've been building the first location-proof plugins now, and we're working on the first combinations and the first evidence functions to bring these to market. We want to bring this new primitive, and we're really excited about all of the use cases it can unlock. Just to say one more time, the location proof, I think of it as a kind of credibility vector. How well does the evidence support the claim? It's a portable artifact, useful across different contexts. There are many different privacy and durability affordances that we're looking at throughout the life cycle of the claim, of the process. One big question we're asking is, how far up the evidence chain can we push verifiability? That's one of the reasons why we're looking really closely at secure hardware to get trusted sensor inputs as far up kind of the signal chain as possible. So the goal is to make evidence and durability legible to humans and machines. We've got SDKs, we've got an API, we're building this open source plugins library, we're building a hosted or managed service for location proof verification as well as geospatial policy analysis or policy checks. that opens up on-chain geofencing and other kind of privacy-preserving location-based applications like Web3 dating apps, Web3 ride sharing. We also do integrations and are building dashboards and decision tools, as well as working on some location-based mechanism design. So there's a lot obviously going on here, and we're really excited about unlocking this ecosystem. I'll flash up a number of things we can build: spatial intelligence tools, local currencies, community organizations based on geography, logistics system, location-based games. It's a really, really versatile base level primitive. So I'm John, this is Astral. We're building the trust layer for location data infrastructure to make geospatial data useful across blockchains and the web. And I'd love to chat if you're interested in building with us. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Matan Sebon, CEO of EO. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Do I need a clicker?
Sweet. Oh my god, I need a fucking Fernet and Coke. Whew.
We can just start before the clicker arrive. I don't want to keep you waiting, you know, this is the last talk of the day and hopefully the most interesting one. Thank you. All right, so happy to be here in Argentina. I'm falling in love with the city in this past week. We are building EO, which is a decentralized Oracle network that specializes in real-world assets. And I think what I would like to start is really ask a question. This is a question that I'm asking myself, and I think it's true for all of us, that building all kinds of applications and protocol in this space, which is what defines success for us. And I think that really the definition of success in crypto in recent years is growth. Being able to see more asset and more activity and more demand than the protocols that are being built up. I know it's very different than previous talks that were here, that were less on the financial and business side. But if we view this from a business perspective, the type of solutions that we are trying to build, growth really stands at the center of how we are viewing bull and bear cycles and activity. And if we are looking at on-chain activity and TVL on-chain, which is the easiest way of measuring this growth, we can see that since 2021, we had about 30% growth in DeFi, in on-chain assets. And at the same time, we had about 3,000% growth in real-world assets. So real-world assets are growing in this incredible pace. And we anticipate that this growth will not stop or slow down, no matter if we are going to experience some kind of a winter, short or long. This is true mainly because the opportunity with real-world asset is just incredible. We have, as you saw in the previous one, about $40 billion of real-world asset that has been tokenized until today, and the forecasts are insane. We're talking about trillions of dollars that can be tokenized, from real estate to private credit, and really any form of asset that is not liquid but do exist can go to this process and be available on-chain as a valid form of collateral, which really open up the access and removing middlemen like banks that are the only venue of doing it today for ordinary people. And we are standing right in the middle of this activity. So let me explain why. What is holding back of this $30 billion from really becoming the future of $400 trillion of real-world assets? This adoption bottleneck derived from the ability to truly understand how do you value this asset. And this is what we do at the Oracle. We are providing the data feeds, we're providing the evaluations of real-world assets that exist off-chain, and being able to provide this constant stream of Oracle updates on-chain for this asset to be used in the variety of lending markets and different DeFi protocols that many of us are using in the day-to-day. And to have an understanding what do you mean by providing that and what do you need to do if you want to tokenize a new real-world asset, you have to go and understand how do I price this asset that is not liquid and don't exist on centralized exchanges. And to give an example for that, this is one product that we have launched very recently with Fasanara. Fasanara is a $5 billion fund that exists in the UK, that part of their business is providing loans for companies. And we have launched with them a product where we are supporting their off-chain NAV attestations, which is essentially understanding what is the value of the loans that they have given out, in addition to the yield that they are receiving. And really, I would say, in pretty matter of few months, this product grew in an on-chain activity for over $150 million. And we are seeing a great potential for this type of products to continue and grow in the on-chain environment. And this is the size that we are referring to here. There are a whole bunch of industries. I was preparing this for this talk here today, and I was thinking, how many years, how far are we from seeing tokenized satellites and robots? It's probably in a decade or less. I wonder if SpaceComputer will bring something like that to life at some point in the future. But what is much closer to us are insurance products, of course, commodities, real estate, stocks that are seeing a lot of growth in recent time. And as someone that's been in the space for almost a decade of my life, it's sometimes funny for me to hear people saying we are so early. And I think that in this specific vertical, it's kind of safe to say that we are early, and we have the majority of the growth ahead of us rather than behind us. And this is how we are doing that. We have built a network of decentralized validators that are spread across the world, that are backed by staked ETH. As of today, we have a bit over $9 billion of stake that is securing this network. These validators are essentially bringing this off-chain data about the variety of products that you can see here on the left, and publish them on-chain and making this asset available for different protocols. We are happy to talk with any issuer that think that you might have any kind of asset in mind that you want to tokenize. And I'm thanking you here for having me. Thank you.
Xin Research Lead at Automata. Welcome.
Where's the clicker? Okay. So I should click this one, right? No, this one? I believe it's that one. This one, right? Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Xin Jing, and I'm research lead at Automata. And today I would like to give you a talk about machine verifiable AI agent. So before we get started, I'd like to talk about the challenge in the agentic area. So nowadays, everyone talk about the AI agent, and everyone want to bring the AI agent on-chain. However, the problem is that the AI agent itself is still running off-chain, and to bring the AI agent on-chain, the blockchain need to verify that the AI agent is running in a correct way. How do we do that correctly? How do we do that nowadays? Is that the blockchain is using the reputation-based and incentive-based approach to verify the AI agent. However, such approach is dangerous because this approach are rely on humans, and on the other hand, once verified, the owner of the AI agent can still change the code and change the model because no one and there's no hardware that can guarantee or isolate the AI agent and the model from its owner. So in this case, it is necessary to bring the cryptographic guarantee and cryptographic proof to run the agent and verify the agent. And how do we do that? In this case, we propose to run the AI agent in trusted execution environments. Basically, this environments provide a hardware isolated area to run the workload securely. It provides the confidentiality and integrity support for the workload and the model. In this case, no one can modify or change the model and the AI agent once verified. And in particular, the TE provides the remote attestation mechanisms for the AI agent to prove itself to the on-chain verifier. How does it work? In this case, we have the AI agent running inside the TEs, and in this case, TE will sign a testing report that includes the agent's hash, and the proof will be sent to the on-chain verifier so that on-chain verifier can verify the agent is running in secure environments. However, to verify the proof generated by the TE on-chain, there are certain bottlenecks. One of the bottlenecks is that to verify the native TE report will consume a lot of gas, and also to verify the report, the on-chain verifier need to compare the proof against reference values. However, such reference values is frequently updated, and also since we have different type of TEs, TE from different vendors, and different TEs has different mechanisms, require different mechanisms to basically to verify the proof. Therefore, there are a lot of burden for the TE users to verify the proof on chance. To bridge these bottlenecks, we at Automata implement the so-called on-chain attestation SDKs. So basically, our SDKs cover all type of TEs, and once these TEs generate the attestation report, we can either verify the report natively on-chain, or we can turn the report to the ZK proof and send it to the on-chain ZK verifier. Using this method, we can save a lot of gas, and also to make the verification and everything visible to the user. And in this case, we have introduced the Automata decap dashboard. So this dashboard allows the user to check the verification visually, and update the collectors, the reference value automatically. So in this case, the user doesn't need to understand what happened under the hood during the verification. So everything is simple and easy. And this slide concludes my presentation today. And thank you.
Cheers. Cheers. Okay, we arrived to the end of the event. So those who survived, it was due to the reclining chairs mostly. Thanks for the reclining chairs and the epic, trippy talks and atmosphere. So for now, first, thanks for all of the sponsors that made this possible. Thanks to the epic SpaceComputer team that tirelessly worked on it, and the amazing speakers that came today, and to everyone that came to tune into the Nerdship. And we're going to have now asado and after party outside, and we'll have a light show with some alien Satoshi visiting us in Buenos Aires here. So please, let's get on with it and go outside. And we'll have a space raffle also. So those of you that collected different POAPs during the day, we'll have some raffle for some of the collectors. And that's it. Cheers. Thanks for everyone.